Here we are at day 2 of the Khaya Majola Cricket Week here in Bloemfontein, held here at the Johan Volstead Oval, home of Great College. It's a little bit of a delayed start, but there will be cricket. It is the North versus the South. It is the Titans, captained by Zander Venter. They're up against Daniel Bosman's Western Province here, last year's champions. This year they want to try and do it the same, but we'll wait and see. Angus Gous, he is one of the umpires that will be here today. I'm going to ask Daniel Bosman if you can toss the coin.
Tails.
Tails? Tails it is.
Like the ball first.
Okay. What's your decision?
We'd like the ball first.
What's your thoughts behind that?
Obviously it's been raining and new wicket. New day, new wicket. Tried to get early wickets and everything. Conditions.
You guys did well yesterday as well, getting across the line. But you got to start thinking about the batsmen 3 to 7. They both got in. They just didn't kick on.
Yeah, obviously. Well, had a good game, obviously, and it's a tough competition we had. So all credit to them also, and luckily we got the win at the end of the day. Yeah.
Okay, what's your prospect here today? It's a must-win game for both of you. If you win today, you're through to the semi-finals.
Obviously a massive game, North versus South, Western Province versus Titans. So looking forward to it, and obviously great opposition we have here. So looking forward to a great game. Yeah.
Who's setting out for you today?
For us, setting out today is Rico van der Walt. And we've got, let me just make sure, Rico van der Walt and
one other.
Tsapang Laka is also sitting out for us today.
Go well today, Zander.
Thank you very much, sir.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Daniel, what would you have done if we won the toss?
We also would have had a ball first, yeah.
You had a good day out yesterday with bat in hand, guys getting across the line, good 100 as well, but I think the guys did well with the ball.
Yeah, a bit of a shaky start there with the ball, but I think the guys pulled it back really nicely. Came back, showed some fight, so really happy with the performance yesterday.
Are there any talks about trying to go back-to-back champions, or is it just taking one game at a time here?
I think at the moment just taking one game at a time, not getting ahead of ourselves, just trying to win every game, yeah, basically.
Must be nice to have 4 men in your team going to the Under-19 World Cup, so which one of those guys are sitting out today?
Yeah, it's incredible. I think today it's Kreiskamp sitting out, our strike bowler.
Who else sitting out for you?
We got Inati Magaloza sitting out and Adnan Lachadin also.
Well, go well today.
Thank you so much.
There is the news at the toss. It is the Titans that have won the toss, and they've elected.
Which won us the game, I'll say, because they got 66 off 70 balls. So it's a great partnership, and that got us through the end of the match.
Okay, great. And a couple of starts from everybody yesterday. No one really going past that 50 mark. Is that a bit of a cause for concern?
Yeah, I think we have a very strong batting lineup, so hopefully some of the top order would come and say, listen, I'll take my chance today and bat through and not leave it for the tail or the middle order.
And expectations for the rest of the week? What are your thoughts on the week so far?
We're coming here to play the best cricket we possibly can play, keep the Titans flag, let it fly, and show the people the way the people there in Pretoria can hit the ball and bowl and field like machine.
Thank you very much, and all the best for the rest of the week.
Pleasure, thank you for everything.
And then I've got the coach of Western Province, Kasim Adams. Kasim, great start to the competition yesterday with quite an emphatic victory over Free State. Can you just chat us through that?
Yeah, look, it was good. I think we bowled well to restrict them to 198. I think there was a period of the game where they just a little bit got away from us, but I thought the guys just stayed calm and they brought it back again. And then on the batting, there's nothing much to say. There was one. Started well. I think we had like a 50-run partnership for the first wicket, and then we had a 140-run partnership for the second wicket. So hopefully there's more of the same today.
Cool. And Daniel Cook, a great 100 yesterday. Could we expect more of the same from him? And any other players to look out for in your team?
Yeah, look, I hope so. It was unbelievable in his system maturity to make sure that he not just get the 100, to make not out to get the team over the line. Look, we've got a team that is really strong. So really any one of them can stand up, and that's the motto. Whoever's day it is today, they've got to take the team over the line.
And you guys are, of course, defending champions. What are the expectations for this year and for the rest of the week? You looking to defend that?
Look, we'll do. We just want to play good cricket, follow our processes, and if we do that well, I think we'll be there at the end of the week.
Thank you for your time, and all the best for the rest of the week and today too.
Thank you very much, sir.
And he's gone for 4. As Paul James now comes to the middle, another man that has been selected to represent South Africa at the World Cup happening next year. Western Province have 4. Michael Kreiskamp, the man that played yesterday, who bowled very nicely, 2 for 19 in 8 overs. He's sitting out today. The other men, all of them can play, including the captain, Daniel Bosman. Marit's got his man. Good catch this, Dom.
Yeah, very well taken. I think just on the shot that was played, they're just maybe not executing it as well as he did the previous occasion, because it looked very similar in line and length. So maybe just opting to try and hit it a bit too hard and cutting across it slightly, hence him hitting it straight up and being taken by Maroff.
Maybe just leaning back on it. That's why I said didn't get through with it. Those shots, you don't mind seeing it as long as your weight goes through the line where you intend to hit it. So maybe that's why it went more high than far.
Yeah, and just possibly trying to hit it a bit too hard, as you sort of speaking about. It is a tendency when we do try to hit the ball too hard as batters. We tend to, number one, lose our shape, and number two, our weight doesn't get transferred through the shot. So,
oh, beautiful square-driven pass point. It's also going to be a no ball. Oh, it's gone for 4. Oh, and to rub salt in the wounds, it's going to be a free hit coming as well.
yeah, beautiful shot played there by Paul James. Bit of swing on offer again, and obliging. Bit of width on offer too, so beautifully steered past point for a boundary. And most noticeably now is that free hit, of course, so an opportunity for another boundary.
Can't change the field. Driven. Beautiful use of the field. Wide of mid-off for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for John James. Apologies. John James is his brother, Paul James.
Yeah, some great thinking here from Paul James. Sort of hedging his bets that the ball would be fuller and running down the wicket to try and sort of catch it on the half volley, and met beautifully with his blade.
Again, Dom, I'm just going to talk about the field again. 7-2 offside field, which means he's going to bowl it probably in the hitting area here for these Western Province men. "24 for 1 after 4. Great start for Western Province. They have lost 1 though, but they look very much attack-minded here.
Yeah, Western Province do look like they are here to play today. They've come out with really good intent, all 3 batters so far this morning. And any opportunity that they've had to get bat on ball, they've met with it beautifully. So a bit of thinking to do for the Titans. And my biggest question is, how are they going to sort of look to strike here? Because that's the biggest thing that we saw yesterday. Striking sort of slowed the rate down.
Oh, that is a shot and a half. Let me tell you, that's gone for horns. First maximum goes to Daniel Cook. You cannot bowl that length if you bowl at this pace.
Yeah, on this occasion, just dragged down, and a player as good as him, as good as he is not going to miss out on that. Hit with absolute disdain.
Here's an appeal, and umpire Khaya says not out. Only 2 matches have started so far, both 47 overs, this one and the game between Volstead and Volstead. And Volstead have lost 2 wickets already for 14 runs, and that is against Volstead. And that's happening at the main provincial ground. Good for those boys. Oh, guided down. No third man in place. Will this ball run to the boundary? Well, save your legs. More papers for Daniel Cook.
Yeah, this field's absolute lightning. Most fielders don't have a chance, and with the overnight rain, you'd think it would slow down a touch, but the surface is really, really good. Yeah, beautifully played. A bit of width on offer, and met with a beautiful open blade and another 4.
Titans under pressure here. 34 for 1 Western Province. Daniel Cook has raced to 20 of 16 deliveries. That's just a little bit of a nothing shot though. He's played so many good shots, but the odd time he does play that bat just standing out.
I think the most noticeable thing this morning so far from Daniel Cook is that he's figured out Fenter pretty well so far. Only sort of looking to take the ball one way, so not shy to walk into the channel and impose himself a touch.
That's good. 10 runs off the over. That's good from the youngster. Not trying to force things.
Bit of a ball inspection from the umpire. Just having a look at the ball with all this moisture about, these balls do tend to swell up. But the ground staff have done an exceptional job to get this game on.
Yeah, good finish. Good finish by the captain, Fenter. 34 for 1. And just to give you an indication where these two teams are. Both in Pool A, Western Province got 5 points. Titans, they have 4 points. Poland and Free State are the other 2 teams in this group. And then in Pool B, the Dolphins and the Lions both have 4 points, and they are separated by the net run rate. Eastern Province and Tuskers make up the remaining 2 participants in that Pool B of the Platinum Group. It's going to be Maritz still to continue, and he's still going to continue with the 7-2 field. Offside, of course, and you can just see how attack-minded these men are. They're outside their crease. They love to use their feet. We've seen that a few times. Oh, that is just helped on its way. It's gone for horns again, this time to James.
Unfortunately on this occasion for Maritz, straying too straight, and James is not going to miss out on that. Got under it beautifully, considering the ball was going quite far down the leg side.
I tend to think these batters have come in here with great intent. And if you come in with great intent, you get balls like that, you are just, your instincts take over, and you just make full worth of those shots, of those balls that you get as well. Oh, that's a close appeal, let me tell you. That is a close appeal. Umpire Andrew, he just walks away. Gives us the flamingo, which indicates a leg by. I think that's closer than what Western Province thought.
Yeah, good shout. Maybe just angling a touch down the leg side. Let's have a look at it again here. Yeah, maybe a touch on the straight side. Just a touch down the leg side.
I was very optimistic. I do apologize, Dom.
Batsman's game.
Oh, just caress through mid-on. And that's going to go for 4 again. And I think the captain here of the Titans really need to relook and rethink his field here.
Yeah, shot of absolute high class, the on drive. As good a shot as you'll see all week. Yeah, overpitched on this occasion and met beautifully with a straight blade. Another 4.
I think this is good batting from both Western Province batters. The reason why I say so, it's not because of the score. they're looking at the field and they're saying, right, okay, it looks like the bowler's going to bowl the ball outside off stump. So both of them starting on off stump and then they're even walking further across to the offside, which means that if a bowler goes for the stump, we saw James hit or flick that 6. I mean, it's just dangerous there. So I think they're really aware of what's going on around them.
Yeah, just really good thinking from these two so far. They're being very proactive. Again, the field suggesting that they are only really going to bowl one side of the wicket, so only a couple of dismissals are in play, more the caught behind or sort of caught through the offside. So both batters not shy, or not being shy, looking to get into the channel and try and suck them into bowling a bit straight. And as we saw early in the over, as soon as they're straight, not too tall in stature, so could be a touch on the skiddier side. Possibly LBW and bowled are his two big dismissals.
Yeah, he's just running in, trying to bowl on a good line and length, and the keeper might also even help him as well if he decides to come up. I don't think these Western Province batters love too many dots, though.
I don't think many modern day cricketers love a lot of dot balls these days.
Well, I thought the batsman might just lose his patience, but in fact it was the bowler. Sends that one down the leg side for a wide. There you go. Knew that was coming. It's gone for horns. Flat. Hard. 6 for. Brings up the 50 for Western Province.
Yeah, and a 50 in no time. Coming off just 6.4 overs. Slightly overpitched on this occasion from Pretorius. And again, the Province batters are not messing around today. Any opportunity so far today that they've had to score off, they've taken the opportunity.
This one is flicked or whipped through mid-wicket. This good running. Oh, it's gone. He is gone with a direct hit from the boundary. And Daniel Cook, he's got to depart. Brilliant bit of fielding there. Titans needed something to just bring them to life here, and maybe that will.
Yeah, great piece of work in the deep. One of the worst ways to get out as a batter. Being run out. It just looked like as soon as they turned their hands in the deep, so as you can see, turning for the second, very slow to turn. Oh, and he's out by miles, a good 2 to 3 meters out and short.
He could have turned as quickly as anything there. He would still have been short. I don't think that was a good run. As you rightly said, we looked up and the ball was already coming in. And not the best decisions there, unfortunately, as Daniel Cook departs. But in comes James Rob Quinlan, wicket-keeper from Bishops. Another man that loves hitting the ball hard, but that's a second wicket gone inside the power play.
Yeah, hopefully this...
Feet quite well. They were hitting some real strong shots. And the boundary count is just very, very high. And Titans needed something. And this was at something. Yeah, it did stutter at the start, but then he was gone for all money. And look how jubilant the Titans were. .53 for 1 that score is, because it did complete 1 run. And that will be an easy single. Work through mid-wicket. 7 gone. 54 for 2, and Dom will have a little bit of a break. And for the first time this week here at the Khaya Majola, we have Mr. John Harmer. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. It's fantastic to be here. It's a beautiful day. The weather has been playing with us. It's been raining through the night, but happy to have some cricket here this morning.
Oh, the ground staff has done magnificently well. I mean, the facilities here are just magnificent. And I have to say, kudos to Swanee and his team here for getting things started. And I think we've got a really good game in front of us. Yeah, you've enjoyed watching that first half an hour.
It's been brilliant. And just to add on your comment, I was at the Mangoon Oval this morning, and they actually were saying it was the only stadium they think that was going to have some play today. Little to know that this field has been beautifully prepared this morning, and we've actually had a brilliant half an hour of cricket. And it's been quite evenly matched so far, Eugene. I think that the Western Province, they've been scoring well. They've been striking the ball beautifully. But you have to say, as you were mentioning earlier, that they've been given opportunities. The fielding settings were what we'd not call questionable, but they have been aggressive with their field settings, looking for that early wickets. They do have 2 wickets. We saw a moment of brilliance just now in the field, and that's what you need in this format.
Well, I've turned to spin here, or a little bit of seam still with the keeper up. Apologies. Thought it was spin. I thought maybe we'll see something out of the norm. However, Semenya is into the attack. We're just going to rectify something that's on the bottom of the screen there. It was Daniel Cook that was run out. So Paul James is still out there. And the new bowler is Semenya, right arm bowler from Prestige College. We're fighting the elements here with things flying around.
Oh, yes, man.
Good start by Semenya. Keeper up. This is good from the Titans.
Eugene, you were mentioning in the first half an hour that the margin of error was little for the bowlers, actually, because of the fielding settings, having a clear intention. And we did see, once they did miss their mark, just by ever so slightly, they were punished.
Yeah, it happens more when you have bowlers that don't have excessive pace. Now the ball that's full. Here's another chance. Oh, a little bit of the hot potato. Just not setting in the hands there of the captain. This was, well, we thought we were going to see that run out, but yeah, you just a little bit hot. And this was that moment of brilliance and a direct hit. And you don't see a lot of the stumps from where that ball was coming from, let me tell you.
No, that was brilliant, and you can see by the celebrations of the Titans, they knew they needed that wicket. The batsmen were looking good form right there. As we see Semenya continue, he's bowling a good line so far, beginning of his spell.
Yeah, just the one delivery that was scored off. But yeah, I think more so. The man that got out, Daniel Cook, he got 100 yesterday. So everybody knows who got runs. They all meet up. They do talk, these youngsters. I think he hit the ground there. Tall man is Rob Quinlan. Tall man for a wicket keeper. Only other men I can think about is Ray Jennings going back. Nick Pothers was tall. My producer's telling me Gilchrist. I don't think Gilchrist was overly tall. And who springs to mind there? At the end of the 7th, 53. Apologies, of the 8th. It's 55 for the loss of those 2 wickets.
I like this first over from Semenya. It's full, it's straight, it's boring old stuff, but it's keeping the pressure on the batsman, especially the new batsman, the tall man, as we just said.
Yeah, no, that's just keeping it to the basics. And if you got to force it off my line and length. That's what you can always say. And if the batsman needs a good shot, you just hold your hands up and say, listen, well done, mate. And VM Pretoria is going to continue. Younger brother of Loandre. There was a lot of things happening there. The full toss, I think it hit Pretoria straight on the foot. Ball ricocheted, nearly hit the stumps. All happening.
A lot happening there, and as again we saw with Paul James and with Daniel Cook earlier, that they're comfortable coming down the track, moving their feet, creating space for themselves. So they've done that well so far, Western Province, this morning. That's the line Vian Pretorius would be looking for.
Yeah, but as we've seen here, John, these boys don't like many dots.
No.
They faced a few dots here. Will they take another risk in hitting it over the top again?
Oh, you called it. It's gone over extra cover. It will be recovered. They're coming back for two.
Well, sometimes you just know. Sometimes you just know.
But Eugene, for me, it's a question. We haven't seen a lot of singles here today. As you mentioned earlier, they've been dealing in boundaries. I would like to see a bit more strike rotation. Or what would your thoughts be on that?
There's two things. It's twofold for me. Nicely worked. There's your single that you asked for, John. If it's straight like that, there's no pace. You can sort of work the ball square onto the onside. There's no real pace on the ball to really sort of push it into a gap in the offside. So that is what the thinking is by the looks of it from Western Province. We've seen a few singles already early on where it was a simple prod. It was only, when I say a few, I think there's only one or two that I can really think offhand. Most of the singles has come on the onside where they just work it to square leg. But I think they want to capitalize on this power play by hitting the ball over the top.
As you see, Rob Quillen still having to get off the mark.
Yeah, that plays on a batsman's mind as well. He knows. He knows. He's an attacking batsman as well.
Just an observation I've made so far this morning with the Western Province batsmen is they've been rather tentative coming forward. They've been hanging a bit more on the back foot, front foot not coming as forward as you usually see.
Well, I think it's just tentative stuff. 9 overs gone, 58 for the loss of 2. Yeah, you won't see that prodigious forward stride. They are playing it off the front foot, but as you say, you've observed them not overly going for it. However, they have used their feet, and they're looking just to try and attack a little bit more by hitting the ball over the top. Semenya, well, are we going to see the same?
It's going to be interesting to see this matchup with Paul James now on strike. They have used their feet well, been stepping across the offside, making areas available on the onside. They've been striking beautifully off the back foot. Semenya to continue.
Stifled, if anything. It's a different game now. I'd like to see maybe even with Semenya, if you want to get somebody else out, you can bring fine leg up into the circle, and then you cannot give him a little bit more protection. The protection you can decide, you can go downtown, or you can have a sweep on the offside. So far, he's bowling to his field.
He's doing what his captain's asked. He's keeping it quiet. But as we saw in the previous over, Eugene, how long is it going to be quiet?
Well, there's 2 dots again. There's 2 dots again. Batsman become fidgety, made his mark again. Well, sounds of catch. They're just going to wait and see what the umpire says here. And the initial thought of the umpire says and indicates, I think it's come off his glove. And you already can see here he wanted more than just the dot ball.
Now this one just sliding down leg a bit, catching the glove. Lucky that slip didn't get hold of that. It could have gone anywhere, but he would have felt he missed out there.
Well,
Yeah.
next time Paul James on strike,
Oh yes, yeah.
if they bowl 2 dot balls at him, I'm going to say just be wary. And I think all cricketers need to be aware of those type of things. And on the field, you need to be aware. And like I've played with many cricketers that could pick that up. And more often than not, that actually does happen. That maybe the 3rd or 4th ball, here's the big shot. We've seen it now already twice from Paul James.
Yeah, that's not James.
As we see James Rob Quinlan still looking to get off the mark here. It's been brilliant bowling from Semenya. It's been predictable bowling as well. And as you say, we know there's a pattern forming, as you would say, with Paul James. The 3rd ball is the trigger.
Yeah, I think with Rob Quinlan, he just want to get off the mark first. Good stuff here from the Titans. Well, commentators. I am so sorry. I am so sorry, Titans. As I said, that down the leg side, wide's called. Oh. Enough said.
What Rob Quinlan would have liked to just get some bat on that just to get off the ball. Off the 0. Still looking to score that first run here. It's full again and gone to extra cover. And that's the end of the 10th over. Yeah. Western Province find themselves 64 for the loss of 2. It's been an eventful first 10 overs. We have seen some beautiful striking off the bat. We've seen brilliant fielding as we end the power play. What would you say, Eugene, all in all, to sum that up?
Well, the 2 wickets maybe just more than makes it a little bit even. However, I think still Western Province would take that 64 for 2, maybe 64 for 1 ideally. Nobody loves to lose a wicket with a run out, especially in the nature of those 2 men were looking at. So a little good spell here for the Titans. Pretoria's continuing. Just bunted down the ground. Just be 1.
You know, when there's a moment of brilliance like that in the field where a chance was created and taken, you always feel like they've stolen a wicket from them. And I do think that does give the Titans a slight edge at the moment, just having that big wicket down of the Centurion.
A few big men setting out for Western Province today. Adnan Lahadin, another hard-hitting batsman coming from Bishops, also in that South African under-19 side that's going to go to the World Cup. He's setting out. Michael Kruiskamp, he's setting out. Oh, off the mark he is. Good single there. Just pushed it hard to Maroff. Still opting to carry a slip, although he's quite wide. He's more at like a third slip at the minute.
Oh, there's an appeal. Two sounds maybe. Umpire not interested.
Umpire goes. Yeah, he just said not out.
I was about to say we're just feeling a slight breeze from behind us now. Oh, I tell you what, that was a good shout. If there wasn't bat involved. Oh, good fielding at extra cover.
Good stop, diving. In the cover area, they got a sweep on the offside now as well because the fielding restrictions have been lessened. Just coming back to that LBW shot. That was a close one. Let me tell you, that was close. And then an easy single just down the ground again for one. Good over from Pretorius. Just the 3 from it. 67 for 2.
Looking again at that appeal. Slow motion. Oh, I reckon Eugene would have stuck him. It's so close to call, but we do trust in these brilliant umpires and their decision making on the field.
I would have given it the old Vernon Philander, not even turned back, let me tell you. I would have just been giving it the Alan Shearer, hand up. It was a good appeal, umpire, because the only thing I'll say is he may have thought that it hit him outside the line based on where Paul James is batting. So he's batting on off stump. So he feels that just any other movement going towards that offside might suggest that it will be outside the line. Well, Titans just got to be careful here not to gift easy singles. Yeah, that's another easy push to long on.
Yeah, we're going to that middle part of the game where fielding restrictions have been lifted and where singles are on offer, and you know the game almost goes melodramatic in a sense if you don't look at it. And I would still like pressure applied as much as possible.
Keep it.
Oh,
Quick single. Oh, man and mid off fumbling, and they come through.
that's a Captain Fenter. That's the second one that he's fumbled. Just a little bit of a knock on. Scrum time.
Come on out, James. Keep it out. Come on out.
Yeah, this is where the ring fielders just got to do their job. I hear what you're saying, and what you're saying is right in the sense of pressure. So this is where the ring fielders got to do their job. They're sitting fairly deep at the minute.
Man.
Right, that's the first dot.
I was about to say, if it's 2 dots, we'll see. He didn't make another mark with his feet. You got to look at these things, John. Just comes there. He didn't scratch. He's just happy with 1 dot. Let's see if this is another dot, what will happen.
This one a bit wider. Slash from Paul James. There is a sweep out there. We're looking at the feet now. Aha! Eugene, there's a scratch made.
Just a minute, love it. Just a minute.
I'll let you take this, John.
What do you reckon? Over extra cover.
Good bowling. Good bowling from Semenya, keeping it tight. Stom says no modern day cricketer, batsman, loves dots. Loves to face dots. Loves to bat the ball back there. Dot, dot, dot. Nah. 2 runs from the over. Is he just going to see this over out? Good battle, this. Beautifully driven. Well stopped by the captain, Fenter. Will just be 1. Excellent. Last 2 overs, just 6 runs from it. 70 for the loss of 2.
Telling you I'm loving this battle that is forming between Paul James and Semenya. It's been good so far. Very, very high level of cricket. Semenya doing the job his captain is asking him to do so far. So if you were the captain, Eugene, what would you do in this situation? Your 2 bowlers are doing what they asked. They're keeping it quite quiet now. You ask them to do this for another... How long would you keep their stint before you change?
Well, the unfortunate thing is that they can only bowl spells of 6 overs because they're deemed seamers, and those are the guidelines. So seamers can only bowl spells of 6 overs. So I would give them as long as they can get up to that 6 over mark, just keep them going because they're bowling quite nicely, keeping it tight. The boundaries have sort of gone away for now. and they're bowling wicket to wicket. Now, no great pace, with all due respect to both of them. They're doing a great job just keeping it a foolish length. Just make me think maybe the spinners could also play a part here, bowling wicket to wicket with no real pace on it.
Yeah, I would love to always throw in a joker card in there, see what a spinner can do for you. At the moment it's working well.
One.
They've learned the lesson. They've learned their lesson.
I was about to say.
Yeah, they've got.
Semenya actually are there on the boundary rope.
Yeah. Just go on your point there as well. They've got an orthodox bowler as well, left arm in Barabat. Nicely played again. And this is good from Western Province. They know they just gotta keep keeping the scoreboard moving in a positive direction. That's what they've got to do. They're giving Rob Quinlan time just to settle. He's 3 of 12.
Oh, big appeal again. Umpire Angus House not interested. As you see, Rob Quillen trying to pull that into mid-wicket region as we look at the instant replay. Eugene, your thoughts?
Well, Rob Quinlan is a very tall man. And yes, I understand the ball hit him above the pad. However, the back leg was bent. Again, benefit of the doubt to the batsman. Nice hit that through the cover. And again, good fielding. Keeping that down to just a single.
But that shot also reflected to me just the pressure that's being built as we see an unorthodox shot coming out of Rob Quinlan. The pressure is still there. It's 4 or 14. As we see the end of the 12th or 13th over. Gone 74 for 2.
Yeah, and this partnership growing. It's 21 runs. The run rate achieved at the minute is just a tick under 6 and over. And that is thanks due to these two bowlers, Semenya and Pretorius, just keeping things a little bit quiet now. Bowling wicket-to-wicket deliveries. Keeper up here for Semenya.
Oh, as we see the big shot, it's hit hard. And it's gone all the way for 6.
It was only a matter of time. Only a matter of time for Rob Quinlan. He's picked this up with aplomb. And I think it's going to be ball hunting.
What a shot, Eugene.
Brilliantly picked up. Looks like they might just take drinks here. I'm not sure. We wait and see. But have a look. Boom. From outside that off stump. Picked that up nicely. And just see how hard a hitter he is. Looks like they will be taking drinks now. Both these men going off. So 80 for 2 after 13.1 overs. The players will have drinks. And we'll come back to the action. And when the action returns, it will be John that will be continuing with Dominic Hendricks.
Welcome back here at the Grey College. Just after the drinks break, it's 13 overs that has passed. Western Province 80 for 2. There was a bit of deliberation after the drinks break. Can you tell us what happened there regarding the ball, I assume?
Yes, so there was a bit of an issue. As we saw just before the drinks interval, the ball was dispatched and left the ground. So there was a call for a spare ball, and from what I could tell, the deliberation was all about there are no spare balls actually. So there was chat about them possibly taking a brand new ball. So the 2 to 3 minute drinks interval took about 7 minutes because there was a big argument between obviously the match officials and the coaches, the opposition coaches, obviously one wanting the newer ball and one not wanting a newer ball. So just a bit of a mix up with the ball, but they've managed to retrieve the ball. So the one that went missing is back.
I would think the Western Province coach would not be too happy if a new ball was introduced. Nonetheless, it's Semenya to continue from the Unisi end. He's been bowling well so far today. He's also the one who had the brilliant run out to remove the danger man Daniel Cook. And picking up where he left off on the money.
Yeah, he's been very impressive so far this morning. I think game plans have been pretty simple. Looking to bowl wicket to wicket with the keeper up, and has executed it pretty well so far this morning.
We're still seeing this first slip, second slip in place. Haven't seen too much action behind the wicket today.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one. Myself and Eugene obviously covered the game yesterday, and I think there was only about one sort of opportunity that sort of went to a slip fielder off the seamers, so not much on offer for the seamers as this ball gets older. So I think the captain could definitely think about using that slip in a better position, possibly through the leg side.
This one's a bit shorter. It's pulled, and it's pulled for 4. Beautifully timed. And that's the first runs after the drinks break. 84 for the loss of 2. Rob Quinlan getting into rhythm here. Moved on to 14 of 18 deliveries. For a long time, not off the mark as we see the replay here. Uncharacteristically like, oh, this one. Pulled again. This one's a 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, not the place he wants to be bowling with the keeper up and with the field that's set. It's only the 1 man or 2 men out on the leg side, and that's that long on and fine leg. So I think bowling the ball halfway down is not the place to be bowling with the field that's been set.
Yeah, he's been doing well bowling at full, forcing them on the front foot, getting it to the extra cover, the middle fielder, trying to drive. They haven't been very successful driving this morning with Semenya, but he has been on the tad shorter side now in this over after drinks, and he's been dispatched.
Yeah, and as we sort of discussed about that slip fielder, he's come out into mid-wicket, and they've sent a man back on the leg side, so there's a fielder about 5 meters in front of square at deep square leg.
As this one's tugged to long on and they come through for single. Dom, it's something that we see often with, especially at the younger levels, where it's a bit more reactive, where we had called it in the beginning of the over, where we asked the question of, is the slip fielder still necessary? And now the damage has been done this over, and afterwards the field change has been made.
Yeah, very reactive as you mentioned. I'm a big fan, especially from setting up an over. If you've sort of bowled a great over, especially in this middle phase of the game, don't be shy to put a man back and sort of bowl to that field, because if you bowl 4 dots and 2 singles at the end of the over, it's not the end of the world. You've won that over. It's always, well, we speak about in the professional game about winning as many overs as you can. So if you do sort of start off well, it's not really defensive. It's actually sometimes very, attacking, if you could say that.
As we see VM Pretorius continue his spell. And as we said, going into that middle over stage where usually the curve events is a couple of singles, an odd boundary here or there, and you try to build pressure. Now 2 boundaries have been scored just after drinks. You feel momentum's again towards the Western Province. As this one is pulled and it's gone for 4. Just square of long on. What a shot. Rob Quinlan, after the drinks break, is taking the attack to the Titans.
Yeah, it looks like he's found a bit of fluency after the break here. This one again slightly dragged down. Looks like he's towed it a touch, but 4 nonetheless. Looks like he's found his fluency.
So we see moving the feet here. Coming across, he's off stump.
And just seeing on screen here, this partnership's actually grown pretty nicely. Currently sitting just over 40 runs at the moment. I think from a Western Province point of view, they'd want to nurture this partnership and try and get that into double digits. That one's full and driven down the ground just for a single. Just from sort of the Titans' point of view, just on how they sort of want to go about it. From a bowling point of view, I think in this situation, you want to try and bowl as many dot balls as you can, because dot balls are absolute gold. Then again, limiting the boundaries, and if you have a couple of overs, just go for 1 or 2, if not 3. That's perfectly fine. That's sort of how you're going to build the pressure.
Most definitely, but what we've seen so far, just commenting on the boundary scored this over for Pretorius over, he actually had the long on out before drinks, was brought up into the circle, and now the boundary has been scored, and now they've conceded 3 boundaries so far after the drinks break. So, as you said, trying to build on those dots again. That's well bowled and well defended off his own bowling.
Yeah, the score is currently 94 for the loss of 2, and that brings to close the 15th over. Quite surprised so far that we actually haven't seen spin.
I was about to raise that question because we've been saying how well these two bowled together just before the end of drinks break, and evidently after the drinks break, Rob Quinlan has taken the attack to them, and as we are speaking, there is a bowling change.
Yeah, Mohammed Barabat into the attack.
The arrival of the spinner from the Unisi end has come. The wind's coming from our back, so he's going to be bowling into the wind here. He's got a deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and there's a long off also in place. So still the slip. Well, it's time to answer the questions. What will spin do here today?
Yeah, left arm around the wicket. Some orthodox left arm spin. Yeah, just from what I saw yesterday, not much an offer for the spinners through the middle period. This wicket sort of played pretty nicely as this ball sort of gets older. I think the key is going to be for the spinners how they change their pace up.
Well, this one's cut beautifully to sweeper. They're looking for 2, but they're not going to get there. Almost overthrows. We covered it in the deep.
Yeah, just going again on what I just mentioned. All the spinners that sort of bowled yesterday bowled on the quicker side. So pretty quick, pretty flat, looking for sort of bowled in LBW. Not many that have bowled so far, for what we've seen in this day and a half so far, or day and a bit, have sort of not been shy to toss it up. So I think that's going to be the key this week to sort of bowling spin here when there's not much on offer.
So we see a reverse sweep, but there's a big appeal. Umpire Andrew not interested. As this one is swept to the deep square leg in place, they come through for a single. It is what you say. What I love about as a left-arm orthodox spinner myself, it's always the mental battle you get into with a batsman. It's beautifully bowled as we end off this over with a dot. It's 97 for 2 after 16.
And a great start from Mohammad Barabat. Only conceding 3 in the over.
And as you said, the previous over, you'll take that as a win.
100%. Well, with the Western Province side already going at 6.3 to the over, anything sort of under that is a win. So you'd expect much more of the same for those that are coming in. And it looks like there's another change into the attack here. Nyonhle Makwela into the attack. He bowled beautifully yesterday. Bowled his 10 overs, taking 3 for 53. Traditional leg spinner, so we all know leg spinners are always wicket takers.
And that's what the Titans will be looking for here. Got a long off, long on, deep square leg, and a deep mid wicket in place.
Very interesting to see so far that the left arm orthodox had the slip, but the leg spinner doesn't have the slip. Sorry, I'm mistaken.
Off spin.
Off spin. This is Tibogo Shaukwe. My apologies, Chauke.
He's running through this over, getting a couple dots here. Doing really well so far, Chauke. Oh, this one played late. Well fielded. Backward point. They come through for a single.
Yeah, that's going to be the order of the day for the Titans through this middle phase. Just looking to dot these batters up as much as they can.
Chauke quickly moving through his overs. Catching Paul James, not ready to receive that delivery as yet. Come through for a single. That was a swift over, going for only 2. It's 99 for the loss of 2 here at the end of the 17th. Spin is definitely working so far.
Yeah, not much spin on offer, so they've kept it relatively simple so far, both the finger spinners. Just looking to bowl wicket to wicket, trying to hit the stumps, and sort of asking the batters to just hit them up the ground, which the field is set for.
Oh, as we do see a thick outside edge. So come through for a single.
Yeah, and that brings up the 100 for Western Province. Coming off 17.1 overs.
And it's taken at mid-wicket. Rob Quinlan trying to pull it once again, rocking on the back foot, but he's hit it straight to mid-wicket. Good catch. And that's the end of taking the third wicket. It was a brilliant partnership that was brewing here for the Western Province. They just come up to 100. And that's exactly what the Titans needed.
Yeah, on this occasion, ball slightly short. Quinlan quick onto it, but just looking at it, looks like he just mistimed it slightly off the toe of the bat. And quite a comfortable catch, sort of hit it chest high to mid-wicket.
Spinners definitely worked here for the Titans. As we see it, as Dom has mentioned, it's not maybe the best of deliveries, but it has brought the breakthrough that Titans so desperately needed at this point, just going into this middle phase of the game.
And it's brought to the crease. Left-handed Daniel Bosman. Hails from Rondebosch Boys in Cape Town.
This is going to be interesting. Left-hand, right-hand combination in the middle with the spinners. You're going to see fielders running around in between runs. As we still see slip is kept in place. No sweeper this time.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, the bowlers... Sounds like he's bowling over.
Slip has been removed. Going to 45 on the leg side. Hanging deep.
Looks like Barabat's not shy to toss it up yet to the left-handed Bosman. Both deliveries just slightly on the slower side. Started a bit quicker in his first over.
Quick single taken excellently. I just wanted to say that Dom is bowling it really slow. The last two deliveries, tossing it up, asking the question, does he want to elevate it? Good bowling. You were mentioning there's not a lot of spin on offer, but changing your pace will be crucial in deceiving the batsman.
Yeah, just using your variations as best you can. And not only that, just maybe slightly playing with your angle, so a couple slightly wide of the crease, maybe one or two slightly closer to the stumps. As that single brings to a close the 18th over. Western Province 102 for the loss of 3.
And it was the over. The breakthrough has come for the Titans, breaking that 47-run partnership and removing Rob Quinlan, who was looking in good shape here. Started off slow, but he was finding his form, getting underneath the ball, but a ball that was dragged short hit straight to mid-wicket's hands. Jaka is to continue. Hit down to long off for a single. And we're talking about that left-hand, right-hand combination as we just see fielders being moved around by the captain in preparation of Daniel Bosman. Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, interestingly enough, just the two men out, both on the leg side, so trying to apply a bit of pressure here to the new man.
And quick single taken to mid-on. Called it early.
What I liked about that last delivery is that he wasn't shy to toss it up too. A little bit on the slower side. So good to see that the spinners so far have just played with their pace a little bit.
He's been bowling well. Good recovery there from mid-wicket. They'd like to take the singles just to change the field the whole time, disrupt the rhythm. This one's hit down too long on for a single.
Yeah, been a really good passage of play for the Titans his last 4 overs. With the spin introduced, they trying to just keep it nice and tight. As many dot balls as possible, especially to the new man.
Half an appeal as that goes to square leg. Coming back for 2. You can clearly see the intentions of adding pressure to the new man as there's only 2 men out, as you said. Not any easy scoring options. Having to play across the line of the ball to actually get it to that areas. So this one was just dragging a bit down to leg stump.
Yeah, short and wide and cut straight to point, which brings to a close the 19th over. Western Province 107 for the loss of 3. It'll be interesting to see if the left-handed Daniel Bosman would look to be a bit more proactive to the right arm off spinner. Again, not much on offer from the surface and only 2 men out on the leg side, so interesting to see if he'll look to possibly put one more sweeper out by looking to take the spin on.
Well fielded at extra cover. It's Semenya. He's been brilliant so far today. Tossed up again. This one beats him as it goes off to long off for a single. Oh, this one, Daniel Bosman goes down the ground, beats mid-off, and it's gone for a boundary.
Great piece of batting by the left-hander. Very proactive here. Only 2 men out on the leg side, so hit this one straight over mid-off. Again tossed up by Barabat. And met handsomely for a boundary.
You were just mentioning that before the beginning of this over, that will he take more initiative, and he has done that. Realizing Barabat is bowling it up, he's tossing it up more. He's not bowling it fast at all, so you can pick it up, and he's just hit that safely over mid-off, and it's gone for 4.
Yeah, and not only that, I think the big thing is Western Province have set a good platform here. 112 for the loss of 3. The ball not turning. So as a batter, sort of coming in facing spin in sort of a situation like this, you want to make sure that you give yourself as many single options as possible. So looking to take a calculated risk or 2. So hopefully trying to push long on and long off back here so that it's easier for yourself to get off strike. And especially batting with the right-hander. That combination frustrating to bowl to. Interestingly enough, no change in the field. Well, as I say that, long on goes back towards the back end of this over. 2 balls to come. I think that's the key to playing spin, especially when it's not turning. having the field that you'd prefer.
This one tossed up again. They're looking for a quick single. And they get there comfortably. And that's the end of the 20th over. 112 for the loss of 3. 6 runs coming from that over.
So John will be leaving us for a short break, a well-deserved break, and joining me back in commentary is Eugene.
Thanks, Dom. Thanks, John. Rather eventful. Balls flying all over the place. And then a little bit of a soft wicket for Western Province. Now it's up to the captain and Paul James here just to keep building on what has been a really good platform here. 20 overs gone, 113, 114 for 3. Really setting their stall out here. The thing that surprises me, Dom, and I'm going to go straight at it, Daniel Bosman loves hitting the ball aerial, and especially on that offside. And they haven't really done their homework here on Daniel Bosman. He represented South Africa last year in the Under-19 series with England. Good cricketer, but loves hitting the ball aerial. Edge dropped by Rasul. Life goes to Bosman.
Very difficult chance at slip. Short and wide, and managing to edge a cut shot. So unfortunately not taken. Those are quite difficult to take, Eugene.
100% agree with you. They come flying at you because the batter is putting so much pace onto it. And if you get that edge, it even goes quicker off the edge.
Yeah, I won't lie. Generally, when you see these at slip, you are trying to get out the way because your teeth are in play.
The one thing I will say is he did initially move to his left, but the ball was always going towards his right shoulder. If you look at that, there you go. Just slightly to his left. Paul James, 42 of 49, joined by the captain here, Daniel Bosman. And, well, this is probably where Western Province would like to know where they're going to be. 21 overs bowled. This pitch looks a good one. Coming on nicely, I think even better than yesterday, I would say, Dom.
Yeah, definitely. Looks a really good surface to bat on.
Good feet from James. He's always been renowned to have good feet, and yeah, they've learned their lessons. They want another run out. It's beautifully driven through the offside. The chase is on. The chase is in vain. Papers for Daniel Bosman.
Yeah, unfortunately on this occasion, Parabat missing it wide of off stump and driven handsomely through the covers.
Again, we're going to talk about the 6 men in the ring here. No protection to the spinner on the offside. What would have been 1 has turned to 4.
Yeah, and as you mentioned that, a change in angle from the left-arm spinner, opting for around the wicket initially, and now with that previous boundary, opting to come back, for the first time, go over the wicket to the left-hander.
Better option, which means worst case scenario can get hit down the ground. Best case scenario will be to the onside for the left-handed Bosman. Because if you don't have that sweep on the offside, then Yeah, you don't want to give them any width.
Yeah, tossed up again from Barabat on this occasion. And nudged down the ground for a single. Just watching Paul James bat. Looks very much in control at the moment. Not too much phasing him.
No, he looks in batting with consummate ease out there. Initial batting with great intent, very attacking. Yes, that was within the power play. Now he's just rotating the strike nicely, hitting strong shots down the ground and to the sweepers. That's what you want to see. And he's controlling matters here for Western Province in this middle phase, which is very important.
I think it's a great example of sort of changing gears. So coming out with good intent and putting the guys under pressure initially in that power play, and now just gearing down, happy to knock it around. And they're doing a brilliant job at the moment. And only going at 5.7 with relative ease. So looking to build a great platform here of going into the last phase of the game.
Quicker ball, hardly bounced. Still managing just to get the one. They can keep doing this and then getting the odd boundary. It's good cricket. Healthy run rate.
Yeah, and from the Titans' point of view, as many dots as possible, but I think the key is trying to strike, because that's the only way the game slows down really these days.
Oh, that man was sleeping there on the ring. Yes, he is deep sitting on the ring there, but that was a chance because that ball was hit quite firmly to him. And those are the small things here in this game. You just got to be sharp. Can't just let the game meander. Partnership with 29 runs. Healthy. Still building these two men that will represent South Africa at the World Cup. Bumped into Enoch Inkwe, who's also here watching this game.
Yeah, see him on the balcony, the director of cricket. Good to see him coming out to support.
Well, one thing's for certain, the overs, they are rushing through these overs as well. 23 gone, 127 for 3.
Yeah, great last over from Titebogo. Only going for the 3. And most importantly, actually getting through those overs really quickly.
Change of bowling. Majola coming on from the Unisi end. And he's going to bowl some leg spin. Things always happen when wrist spinners come on. Not sure in which direction sometimes, batting or bowling.
Yeah, good to see him starting off on the slightly slower side. Toss that one up. Not shy to give it a bit of air. I think it took 3 for 53 yesterday in his 10 overs that he bowled.
Well, these two are batting very maturely out there. Still hitting strong shots, rotating the strike. John mentioned about the left and right-handers, and sometimes that can be very off-putting for bowlers, especially with field changes all the time and I've got to change my line all the time. There's a strong shot. There's a strong shot down the ground, all the way for horns. Hit the fence on the full. And that's his 50. Very mature innings so far from Paul James.
Again, tossed up from Majola. And James not shy, looking to hit this over mid-on.
A couple of years ago, I was watching Paul James play, and he played, whenever spin came on, he played the sweeps and reverse sweep quite early on in his innings. Here, he's hit the ball down the ground quite nicely. He sort of paddled that round. Save your legs, fellas. That's gone for papers. And this is good from Paul James.
Drag down from Majola on this occasion. Down the leg side, and Paul James just getting some bat on that. Hitting that to a vacant, fine leg, I would say.
Yeah, and just to go back to that point, Dom, is his first option was always to go for the sweep. Now with the spin on, he's looked to hit the ball down the ground, which I think is, for me, is always a better option. And when he does go for the sweep shot, he's identifying that it's a ball that he needs actually can play that risk-free, just like he did 2 balls before. So there's a little bit of a change here from Paul James, especially with the spinners that I've seen after seeing him 2 years ago to this now. And I like what I see.
Yeah, and could be a great sign of possibly maturity. Obviously, hitting up the ground should generally be your first point of call, and if the conditions allow you to do that, should always look to sort of go with that option. And sort of square of the wicket is sort of your last resort, unless you are taking a calculated risk and sort of looking to try and score a boundary, I would say. So great maturity shown, and well pointed out by you.
Well, Quela's first over going for 13. Probably going to get another. But I've always been a fan of just hitting the ball down the ground. The late Hilton Ackerman, he didn't like the sweep shot at all. And it's balls like, it's those deliveries there, Dom, that I'm talking about, that he would have just said, boom, let me go on my sweep shot. And he hasn't done that yet. He's just stroked the ball nicely and firmly down the ground. And as you rightly said, that these are mature innings, this. 62 balls for each 59 now. In the air. Oh. One bounce to the fielder. Was far and flat, wasn't it?
Yeah, flat batted that one. Not well timed. And as you mentioned a few overs ago, not shy to hit the ball in the air.
This fella, he doesn't mind hitting the ball aerially. Daniel Bosman. But also you can see the change in him. Normally deliveries like that, he would go and play his sort of favourite shot over extra cover aerially. And he's also, could say, matured in his way of identifying when to go. He's still building, 19 of 24. These two can complement each other fairly well.
That brings to a close the 25th over. Western Province 142 for the loss of 3. This partnership is growing nicely for Province. Exactly what they needed after the last wicket.
Oh, most certainly. Gets their coaching staff to sit a little bit more comfortably. Daniel Bosman coming from Rondebosch and Paul James from Wynberg. Trying to work out what the two rugby teams play against each other, what's it called. I know when the Bosch plays Bishops, it's called the Bish Bosch. I have to try and work out or remember to try and remember the Wynberg-Rondebosch clash. So those are big days, Dom.
I'm sure they are.
Like, who would St. David's be? Who would St. David's rivals be? Oh, that's nicely played. Oh, misfield. He's going to allow for 2 extra runs. Brilliant running.
Yeah, unfortunately for St. David's, our rugby hasn't been one of our strengths. We're more of a hockey playing school. Hockey's been our stronger winter sport, our strongest winter sport ever since I was there, and even in the recent years.
And who would be your rivals? Who would be the main draw card for you guys?
I'd say St. John's was always a good game.
Tickled round the corner. The chase is on yet again. And it's going to be another misfield, but they're going to keep it down to 2. And they are really accumulating some good runs here, Western Province.
Yeah, very evident that they are putting Majola under pressure. He hasn't settled so far in his spell, so really putting him under pressure and trying to score. Scoring quite freely off him at the moment.
Oh, that's good running. Oh, this is good running. I mean, of 4 deliveries, they've managed to get 6 runs with consummate ease. Oh, this could be a couple as well. Oh, in fact, it's just 1. Good fielding.
Yeah, great service from the deep. Straight over the top for the keeper. Not much work for him to do.
Eight runs, Dom, off that over. No boundary scored, but excellent running.
Yeah, and with relative ease too. Aquila going for 21 of his 2 overs thus far.
Yeah, and they're putting the pressure on him.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see what the captain decides to do from that end. I think this game is sort of, or this phase of the game is sort of calling for possibly a seamer from that side, because it just looks a bit too easy facing spin from both ends at the moment. So maybe just disrupt the rhythm of the game.
Yeah, they've tried the off spinner, they've tried left arm spin, they've tried now the leg spin. And yeah, I'll go with your call there. Maybe doesn't have to be for long periods of time, just a couple of overs, just to change sort of the rhythm of the game. And because batsmen get into rhythm and they're used to a rhythm, maybe if you unsettle them, but just making that bowling change, getting a seamer on. Yeah, I'm with you, Dom.
Yeah, and importantly, this partnership for Province has got to 50, so some good batting from these two at the moment.
Yeah, 50 and the 150 coming up there in that over. Oh, just bounces in front of the captain, Fenter there. There's no sweeper on that offside. He's done well to stop that.
Yeah, Choke has done a brilliant job so far from the rugby end. 17 of his 5 so far.
Oh, hello. Hello. Sort of just stood up. He's taking some note there, Mr. Bosman. This is anywhere outside or offside, Dom. Bosman will free his hands up. Either over extra or over the top straight at us here. That's beautifully played. Beautifully played through the offside yet again. Save your legs again. 4 runs.
And again, just begs the question, he's bowled a beautiful over so far. With 7 men in the ring. Surely could have put a sweeper back, maybe even 2, just to protect the over.
I don't know. I'm going to sound like a stuck record, I'm sure. We outside the power play. You're trying to bring that run rate down. Ones are not going to hurt you. However, the boundaries are really just going to add that total up. And now the sweeper goes out and long off goes out. And I think the horse has bolted.
A long time ago, the horse has bolted. Just seems to me like the Titans are just sort of reacting at the moment instead of being a bit more proactive. I mean, you've bowled 2 consecutive dots for someone, and we've spoken about this in length today so far. The modern day batter does not want to face dot balls, so you've done your job. Protect the over, and put some pressure back on the batter by just going for hopefully 1 or maybe even 2 to close the over out.
Am I right in saying, or am I wrong in saying, you can tell me, is when we were playing, we wanted that power play done and dusted so we can put the men out. Here, the reluctance is the power play is done. I'll show you. I'll keep 6, 7 men in the ring. It just doesn't make sense to me, especially when the run rate is hovering close to that 6 runs to the over. And here is that seamer that's going to come on. Looks like it's the captain himself. I just don't know, Dom. We've seen it. We've only 2 games into this week. And I think there's a lot for the coaches and the players to really think about.
Yeah, and as we've said that, the captain is back and there are 4 men on the boundary, so looking to keep it quiet here.
Well, he's got the prerogative to do that. I mean, he's a captain. I'll have my 4 men out. Thank you very much. And as I say that, no sweep on the offside. Daniel Bosman is on 27. And there's not going to be a sweeper on the onside. Well, there is. It's sort of a deep backward square and fine leg.
Yeah, around the wicket on this occasion to Bosman, so looking to tuck him up. Hopefully not give him any room to free those arms, but again, just begging the question, is there a need in the 28th over, with this partnership growing, to have 6 men in the ring?
Well, half stopped. No run. Maritz with the fielding there at mid-wicket. Tall man. Starting to get a little bit brighter here at the Johan Volstead Oval, home of Grey College. Well, 4 balls gone. Sweeper out. Surely.
Yeah, 3 consecutive dot balls. If I were a betting man, I feel like Bosman might be looking to try something over here.
Any little bit of width here. Any little bit of width. Maybe even not even. He can go straight over his head even if he wanted to. But tidy over from Fenter.
Beautifully bowled again from Fenter. Nice and tight on that off stump. Again, not giving Bosman any width. Just one of the overs so far. Can he close this over? It's just what his team's needed at this point in the game. And as we say, that cover sweeper is being pushed back, so what we've been crying for the past couple of overs, Eugene.
We've been crying for that for the last 2 days. Very good over from the captain. Just a single from it. 156 for 3, 58 gone. Looks like Pretorius is back on the field. And this looks like Rasul coming into the attack. Hailing from Cornwall Hill College.
Looks like another off spinner.
Well, that is Paul James Saiter. Because we all talk about energies on the ball. You can't just float it up like that.
Short, wide, and slap through the offside for a boundary. And just as you said that, slight bit of width. And sort of Paul James signaling that there was a bit of bounce, but dealt with nonetheless.
Oh, now very reactive. Sweeper gone on to the offside. Deepak Uswe's in the ring. Spoke earlier about Paul James and the way he sweeps balls as well. That area has become vacant now for him. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Not an off spinner overstepping. That is absolutely criminal. Five off the over so far, and he has given Daniel Bosman an opportunity to have a free go at him over here.
Well, free hit time. You can hit this as hard as you want and as far as you want. Still looking for one to come in the ring. That man is coming in from the sweeper on the offside. Well, that's gone all the way over our heads for a maximum.
Beautifully played from Daniel Bosman. On a length, just outside off stump, and he's freed his hands beautifully there. Yeah, slightly round arm, but length nonetheless, and for a man that's batting as well as he is, he's not going to miss out on that.
Well, there you can see the ball before that free hit. Again, a batter standing in his crease, getting a strong base. That's the modern day cricketers, not run. No need to run at it. Just stand there, free arms. I mean, they hit the ball a mile. I mean, that cleared the boundary with consummate ease. Well, he can't go for the stump because there's no deep square.
Rasul's hand sort of forced jug. It's got to stay sort of wide of off stump. And just looking at his body language here, he looks a bit flustered. Looks like he's massively under pressure at the moment.
Well, that is what Paul James has done very well in this batting innings. He's hit the sweepers with strong shots. Not just a push, he's really hit them down the ground nicely. He's moved to 71. This rate over sixes, just a tick above sixes now. Titans under pressure yet again. 7 wickets in hand here. Dot ball to finish. 171 for 3 Dom, and you're going to enjoy your little half an hour as he smiles. I think the coffee is warm. And back on will come John Harmer. Probably more the exciting time here for you, sir, than the game meandering along, as you said earlier.
Game is definitely very exciting, and there's much to discuss at this moment. A lot of plans that need to be made as we come to the closing of this innings. We've got a very strong partnership out there in the middle, two veterans at this level with a lot of experience to the name, and they are showing it.
Well, 2 men that are going to represent South Africa, as I said, at that Under-19 World Cup. They also played in the England series at the beginning of this year for South Africa. Venter continuing. Oh, hello. And that shows you there's still something in there. You get this ball and hit a good line and length, you can certainly get something out of it for sure.
Beautifully bowled there from the captain. Not making it too easy for Daniel or Paul James there in the middle. Just as we look at the instant replay here. Beautiful stuff, Eugene.
Just held its line. Just a touch. Just a touch. Driven. Through they come again. The running between the wickets between these two have been really good. The man from Rondebosch and the man from Wynberg on the same wavelength.
Now, they've been keeping the pressure on the fielders. They've been looking for those singles. They've been looking for the twos. And it's really been showing. We saw a lot of tumbles actually in a circle as that pressure is being applied onto the fielders. And it's ticking over the scoreboard. It's adding that pressure. Not a lot of dots coming.
Another change in the field. The man at deep backward square has come into the ring to square leg. So now it's only just 2 men out. Carved. Oh, brilliant stop. Brilliant stop, because there's no sweeper on that offside yet again. So we had to get the dive in. Mabena, man from Prestige College, putting his body on the line there. This partnership forever growing. 72.
.72 here in the 30th over. Brilliant stop there.
Now the Titans, they're throwing themselves about here. They really got to do something. They've got to spark themselves into life here.
Just wondering who they're going to put on here on the rugby end. The next over, Mohamed Rasool would continue. He did look flustered.
Can't see it. I think there will be a change, unfortunately, for the Titans. Somebody can do what Xander Venter has been doing over the last couple of overs. Again, square. Again, a dot ball, and he's put together a couple of good overs here, the captain.
But must be said, it's also beautifully struck and lucky to go to hand, because as you said, there is no sweeper. If that were to clear the inner ring, it's going to be going to the boundary.
Yeah, you just want to get me started again, John, about these sweepers, aren't you? You and Dom. Sweepers out now. I think you two are planning something there. Get me rattled up here. Final ball. Dot ball it is. Good over from the captain. Xander Venter ends over number 30, 172 for 3.
You know, that's exactly what you want from a captain. You know, he's put himself back on, and he's delivered. He's put the pressure back onto these informed batsmen. He has kept them quiet. I mean, having 5 dots in that over, looking at the previous couple of overs, I mean, that's brilliant stuff from the captain. As we head to our second drinks break here, at the end of the 30th, Western Province boys find themselves 72 for the loss of 3. Oh, yeah.
Partnership of 72 between these two men, Daniel Bosman and Paul James. And Western Province sitting fairly nicely here on 172 for 3 after 30 overs. Just the 17 overs still to go. And I tell you what, we could see some shots being played. 7 wickets still in the hutch here. Again, as we predicted, John, that man has been taken off Rasool, and it's going to be Maritz, the seaman, that's going to come back on by all intents and purposes. And they just need something to get going here, Titans, because they're going to be chasing a whole lot of runs here.
They do need something, but their captain has also shown that it is possible. The pressure, applying the pressure, just bowling line and length as you taught your whole life is the way to go here. I think keep it boring, keep it basic, and let the mistakes come from these batsmen. But it's difficult when there's two batsmen that are in form, they have some runs to their names, and they have represented South Africa.
And they know that they've already been selected for South Africa at that World Cup, so they can just play with some freedom here. And again, just taking their time to get going here. once again. And I think umpire Angus Gous, he just wants things to get going. See him fidgeting there, throwing the ball back to the bowler.
Been very impressed with the Western Province batting performance here today. They came out of the blocks, they scored emphatically, dealing in boundaries, taking any half chance and scoring from it. They've done well to protect their wickets. As you said, 7 wickets in hand with 17 overs to go. It's the ideal position you want to be in.
What I liked about, especially this partnership, is the manner about it, the maturity about it. They've identified that, listen here, we need to give time for the new man that came in, that was Daniel Bosman, just to find his feet. And once he started going, we can see both of them now with good running, good stroke play, and really just putting the bowler under pressure. Marit steaming in. Driven.
And you'll be happy to know, Eugene, you do have your sweeper fielder.
I'm stopping talking about that now. I'm done, folks. I'm done. These two are just winding me up here in the box. Dom and John.
The big seamer has a big job to do here for the Titans. This one's hit to that sweeper region. They'll come back through for single. And just to emphasize your point, you know, when Rob Quinlan came in his innings, he really didn't have it easy up front. And it took him a while to get going. But the pressure had been released from the other side. And he was able to play his shots late on. And he did score a bit of runs. He would have loved to continue. But it just shows you how they've batted in partnerships. And I must say, the partnerships they've built here today, Western Province, have been mature, have been calculated. They've read the decisions on the field. They've seen where the gaps are. They've batted really professionally here today. This is short. It's pulled. And it's gone all the way. What an emphatic shot from Daniel Bosman. Beautiful shot.
Said earlier, you cannot bowl short if you don't have the pace behind it. And Daniel Bosman just pulled that with absolute ease. Oh, sweet as a nut. Gone for horns. And, yeah, they need somebody to do a job just like Zander Venter did earlier. What's the response from the big fella? Driven. Down the ground. Chance! Chance! Oh, let me tell you, that is close. Let me tell you, that is very, very close.
Tell you what, Daniel Bosman has done really well to make his ground there. It was a quick single. They've been pushing at it, especially in this partnership, to get in those quick singles. Brilliant fielding from mid-off. As you see the replay, they called it early. He's running, and we're watching it. Oh, Eugene. My, oh my. Close.
I told you, once you see that with the naked eye, you know it's close. And when I say close, is they're going to get a single. That wasn't just an inch.
Looking at it again. Look at the bat if it's grounded. Ball coming in.
Bat's grounded, all right, but not behind the line.
Bails are dislodged. Clearly see he was out of his ground there.
Driven. Rasul needs to mop up, does that. And yeah, we know those decisions are very, very difficult for the umpires, especially when you have to make a decision on the field. They don't have the luxury of this. They don't have the luxury of watching it over and over like we have. Only thing I'll say, the minute I saw that live, I said, that was close. Even from my advantage point here,
And another thing to consider is the umpire is also having to move out of the way to get into a good line of sight at that moment. So he's not standing still. He's not as comfortable as he would be at square leg, where he's stationary, he's fully focused. Very, very difficult decision. Game of margins, Eugene?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I'm not going to be the one to harp too much on that. And as I said, the umpires don't have the luxury that we just had of watching that over and over again. But a chance, another chance gone for the Titans. And that is cut through. Men chasing that. Oh, and it's gone for 4.
Dive in vain. It's gone for 4. It's been cut. And the runs keep pouring. Eugene, interesting bowling change here. Majola, who has struggled in his previous 2 overs, having gone for 21, brought back into the attack from the U19 end.
Well, there's so much to say about that as well. I mean, the hand is forced there by the captain. But if you do bring him in, John, give him some protection. That's all that you can do. That's what you can control. And they didn't do that. 4 off the first ball.
This is tossed up. It's hit over mid-off. And it looks to be a 1 bounce 4. It's a brilliant shot again from Daniel Bosman. And he reaches his half century.
Super knock by the captain. Coming off just 50 deliveries, runnable 50 for him. And the partnership grows to 90. And these are ominous signs here for the Titans.
Fortunately, Eugene, you did say when Majola was brought into the attack, the leg spinner can bring the game into a direction. You don't know which way. Unfortunately, today, it's in the favor of Western Province thus far.
Yeah, I did say that. The game sort of moves very quickly when leg spinners come on, or wrist spinners. Fortunately for the Titans, it just seems like they're just conceding too many runs here. 4.4 this over.
As that run rate moves above 6. Once again, 6.1. This partnership now with 90 runs. It's been brilliant. This one played late, and there's a chase that ensues. And brilliantly fielded by Pretorius. Comes back. Well fielded there.
Yeah, and fortunately for him, it was just in between those picket fences. Put in a good dive. Through they come for 3 more. Beautifully played. Late as ever by Daniel Bosman. And there you see the work. Brilliant stop by Pretorius. Excellent.
And as you said, you can be lucky there was that gap in the picket fences.
This over has yielded, 11 runs already, with 1 ball still to come. Titans under pressure, rate 6.1 and ever increasing. Very close in there is Rasul. Done well. Majola finished with 2 dot balls, still concedes 11. 193 for 3, 32 gone, 15 to go.
And even having considered 11 runs in that over, you wouldn't say that any of the runs have been of high risk at on any level. So it's been a bit too easy in a sense from a Titans perspective. They have tried, they're going for the leg spinner, trying to create that chance, because there's always a chance that might be created. Hasn't paid off in that over, as we see the big man getting ready from rugby's end, Moritz, to continue his spell.
Well, I think he's just looking for somebody. He's Zander Venter, just to give him some control. He showed us what he can do 2 overs from that Unisi end. And he was just looking for anybody just to maybe just bowl some miserly overs here. Hasn't got that. Can Moritz, who hasn't bowled around the wicket, might have seen him maybe change the angle to the left-hander.
Someone I actually have liked today was Semenya. When Semenya was brought into the attack, he kept them quiet. Never too sure how things will play out. Semenya was bowling a bit fuller. As we said, no extraordinary pace, but kept it disciplined. Maritz called a good line in that first delivery.
Now we can see that Daniel Bosman just wants to express himself a little bit here. I know it's been 2 dots, but it's been 2 aggressive shots. Just found the fielder. They know they got 7 wickets in hand. The captain himself here wants to get things moving a little bit quicker. Beware of the 3rd ball after 2 dots.
Oh, well bowled.
Now then, I will bring fine leg up. Push your mid on back here to long on. You've bowled a very good over. Don't make it easy just to hit the ball over the top.
You know, with the way the field's set, it's actually been set for back of a length, in a sense.
Just got to think a little bit here. You just got to be wise to what's actually happening here. Got to get that gut feel. Your man has bowled a good over. He's won the first half of this over. Those are the battles that are out there now.
Oh my goodness. And he smashes it over long on. And it's gone for 6. Daniel Bosman. He's been striking them beautifully today, the captain. And they're continuing this beautiful partnership. We've talked about it. We were talking about protecting the over. But my goodness, what a strike. Pitched up and dispatched.
Well, he would have played that shot even if it wasn't a no ball. You just get a feel, John. That's why I said he's done brilliantly the first 3 balls of the over. Give the man some protection. Bring up fine leg. Stick long on back. Now he's doing it, but the horse is bolted. He can't change the field, actually. Sorry. He can't change the field because it's a free hit. Oh, it's going to be another free hit because that's wide. Sons of Creed there by Angus. He has to bowl this ball again.
You know, Eugene, in the beginning of this innings, we were talking about reactive play, and unfortunately, it's something you are a veteran. We can see this from a mile away, you know, but unfortunately, it's been a bit reactive here thus far from the Titans. Oh, doesn't get hold of this one, Daniel Bosman. They're coming through for a single.
That's another chance there. That was another chance for a run out. Daniel Bosman just losing his shape a little bit there. Trying to swing himself off his feet. Trying to give it the full kitchen sink with the microwave and kettle. And just cloth that to mid-wicket. 2 balls to go.
Western Province having reached 200. 202 for 3. Here in the 33rd over. 2 balls remaining. Paul James on strike. Better delivery from the big man. Partnership 102.
Yeah, it's been a very good partnership. Mature beyond the years. But as you said, these 2 men know what it's like. And they just want to keep going there. 74 and 60. Big runs, those. They want to make it bigger. Maybe slightly slower there. And that ends over number 33. 202 for 3.
You know, Eugene, we've been talking about that 3rd over. Third ball. Sorry, something does happen, or the 4th. And we have been complimenting it to the Western Province, who's been very positive in their scoring. They've been liking bat on ball. They've been striking it beautifully. They don't have a problem going aerial in their approach. But I want to throw in, it must be said that unfortunately the Titans bowlers haven't necessarily bowled badly, but the fielding decisions or the fielding placements haven't really allowed their bowlers to get everything they wanted in that over, and has actually let them down. As we said in that last over, bring the band back, but bowling it fuller, they've lost the wicket. They've lost more runs to it.
I always say your field placing will dictate how the bowler's going to bowl, and the brain is a very, very smart. The brain's very smart, I should say. That is just worked on the onside. They're trying to run hard, but I reckon it will just be the one. Yeah, what the Titans don't have this year is the likes of years gone by, like a Tristan Luce that could really steam in bowls with some heat. They've always managed to have somebody like that could maybe ruffle a few feathers. They haven't done that here. They haven't got that in the armory here today. Maybe even there, for the first time, use of the feet against the spinners from James. And that is a sign that tells me, they want to get after it here. They want to get on with things. What a platform for the men still to come on here for the last sort of 13 overs.
Oh, there's an appeal. Thinking it's a bump ball. Umpire Andrew not interested.
Umpire Angus Host, he's just standing very still. Anything. They just want something to go their way here, the Titans.
Double stepping. Hit hard back to the bowler, Majola. Having a look at that replay. Very difficult to see from that angle.
Yeah.
I would give it a shout if I was the bowler. As you see, deep square leg being brought into the circle.
Yeah, and then that is meant long off is in place.
Yes, no.
Very nice over from Majola. As we always ask ourselves, can he see this over out?
Good recovery over here.
No, yes. Love it now.
And he does. That's a brilliant over. Only one conceded. Western Province. 203 for the loss of 3 after 34 overs.
No, not this way.
Paul James has played a beautiful knock here today. 74 of 86. He's played a real anchor role. He's allowed his captain Daniel Bosman to express himself on the other end. 61 or 57. They've played very maturely. They've scored well. They've been running well between the wickets. Good communication between these two. They've got a partnership of 103 runs. And they've built such a good platform here for the Western Province now to excel here at the end of, 13 overs left, as this is a 47 over game, as the captain brings himself back. It's hit hard through mid-off, and it's gone for 4. What a brilliant stroke there from Paul James. And that just shows you the confidence that they are batting with.
More than that, it shows us what to expect here in the next sort of 45 minutes here. We could see some shots being played here. Glorious. Just opening himself up and just getting his hands. He's got brilliant hands. That's Daniel Bosman getting that through where he wants to hit the ball. Again, very reactive. Long off now, back in play. Yeah, I would like, you got to look at where your options are. Again, fine legs back in, back down on the boundary. No sweep on the onside. The team is in a very good position here with bat in hand. 207 for 3. Busy with a 35th.
Captain bowling also around the wicket, angling it into the batsman. No deep mid wicket, was long on in place. Stepping across his wickets, trying to cut. And it's dribbled down to fine legs region. So you get a big inside edge into that.
Yeah, well, this is a learning curve for all these youngsters. Let's also say that they're going to be learning and developing and understanding their games a little bit better after a week like this, because yes, they are under pressure. And in a couple of weeks' time, in Stellenbosch will even be even greater learning developments at the Cubs week, where these players are trying to get themselves into those Cubs teams. The other thing is, what I'm keen to see in the second half, John, Western Province have very tall bowlers this year. When I say tall, they could even be taller than me. Guaranteed. So how they, when they get a chance to bowl in this pitch, how will that react? But for now, they've got their bat in hand. They want to get some more runs here.
You know what I would like to see here from the Western Province, we've been talking about they've built their platform and they've got the wickets in hand. You would love to see them capitalize as Eugene does take a break now, and I'm joined in the commentary box by Dom. Welcome back, Dom.
Thank you very much. It's good to be back.
This is driven beautifully, beats extra cover, beats mid-off, and it's gone all the way to the boundary. Classic cover drive there from Paul James. What a beautiful shot. Elegance.
Yeah, beautifully executed. Didn't have a massive gap to pierce over there, but he's beaten extra cover and mid-off very, very well there. Titans are staring down the barrel at the moment.
That just concludes that over with the boundary. 9 scored from that over. End of the 35th. Run rate still above 6. Partnership moves to 112. Paul James, 78 runs now from 89 deliveries. Does look like Majola will be continuing from the Unisi end. He's got a sweeper, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, deep long on. It's wide, it's cut hard in front of square. And sweeper will not be able to cut that one off. And that's another boundary.
Yeah, short and very wide on this occasion. And relative easy pickings for Daniel Bosman. These two are looking very sharp and have been all day. Definitely setting up Western Province here for a massive onslaught in the last power play.
Double stepping, goes over mid-off. And this one's going to go all the way. Massive strike here. Another boundary. Daniel Bosman, the captain, taking it on here.
And it just looks like that this is their matchup today. He's not had a great day so far, as we see here. Bosman down the wicket, great use of the feet, and a lot of space over mid-off said, so relatively low risk in playing that shot. But yeah, as I was saying, looks like this is the guy to target, and this could possibly be that big over to sort of start the onslaught in the last phase of this game for them. These two very well set.
It does feel that way. It does feel here in the 36 over that this might be the over. They turn it up. It's short again. It's cut in front of square again. And this one goes through to the boundary in that extra cover region. It was short, it was wide. And it's another boundary, and goodness gracious me, Don. 14 runs here in the first 3 deliveries.
Yeah, change of angle from Majola on this occasion, opting to go through and around, but not making much difference in the result. Again, short and wide, and Bosman getting himself into a beautiful position there to thread the needle at extra cover.
We still see mid-off up in the ring.
Yeah, no change in field.
This one's hit down to sweep origin and will only be a single. As Daniel Bosman moves to 81.
And most importantly, only of 63 balls. This partnership has definitely been the one that's breaking the Titans' bowling attack here. Sitting healthy on 126 at the moment.
It's full again, it's driven hard. Down to long off, they'll come back for a single. And unfortunately, you understand the thinking from the Titans that having the leg spinner, the wrist spinner, trying to create a chance, but unfortunately no chances have come today.
Yeah, it just looks like he's been slightly off the pace today. Unfortunately, too many loose deliveries and to 2 men that are well set. They're not going to give you any opportunity to get back in the game. If you started poorly, they've done that very well today so far. They've put all the Titans bowlers under pressure when they've made a mistake.
So the end of the 36 over, 16 runs from it. Western Province, 228 runs for 3. And they've got 11 overs left. Daniel Bosman sitting comfortably on 81 from 65, and Paul James, who's been there for a while, 79 runs from 90 deliveries. And this partnership has been the talking point, 128 runs worth now. As you see a bowling change from the rugby's end, looks like VM Pretoria is being brought back into the attack.
Yeah, and for the first time today, a slightly different thinking from the bowler in terms of his field. We haven't seen too many balls going to the third man in fine leg region, so opting for those 2 gentlemen up and pushing back long off and long on straight away.
And it's well fielded off his own bowling at full.
Yeah, it almost could be a case for the Titans right now that they'd have to start sort of their death bowling sort of plans and options quite earlier with the score sitting at 228 for 3 and like you said 11 to go.
Full again, it's driven down to long on. They're pushing hard. They're not going to come back for 2.
Yeah, for those of you that are watching on screen, you can't really see it too much on screen, but the short boundary is about, say, 10 meters bigger than the 30-yard circle. So you're looking at about a 40-meter straight boundary. So especially heading towards the rugby end, it's very, very short. So if Pretorius does miss here, it could be hit for 6. But definitely looks like he's settled into his death bowling plans. He's trying to go as full and straight as possible.
It's been a good over so far from Pretorius, definitely going into death bowling mindset here.
As we see Bosman step into the channel, it looked like he was preempting a full and straight one, possibly looking to either lap or sweep it, and Pretorius reacting beautifully there, just taking all the pace off it, running his fingers down the side of the ball. And with that, we've seen mid-wicket move on to the 30-yard circle, so good work from the bowler.
Excellent bowling here from Pretorius, keeping it quiet in this over. With 2 men in the middle, full of confidence, both in the 80s. He has got 3 dots in this over and only conceded 1 single. This one's hit hard through the extra cover region. But it will be cut off and it will only be one. Good fielding in the deep.
Yeah, beautiful over ball there by VM Pretorius. Only conceding the 2. Score 229 for the loss of 3 after 37 overs. And what I really enjoyed about that last over was, for the first time I got the feeling that someone was willing to be proactive from the Titans there. Not waiting for, or if I could say, not following the ball. Wherever the ball's going, I'm just going to put the fielders there. Preempting, I'm going to bowl it full, I'm going to bowl it straight, and I'm going to set the field accordingly.
Yeah, it was really good bowling to see. It's really nice to see that, you know what, they stuck to the plan. He's bowled it full. He's kept them quiet. As we do see a bowling change from the Unisi end.
It's full, and it's driven beautifully through extra cover for another boundary to Daniel Bosman. Great bit of batting. 2 men sort of close at extra cover just off screen, and he's threaded it through them beautifully.
As we look at this instant replay, what a shot. It's done well. They've brought back Borabat into the attack, and still they're keeping only the sweeper out. This one's a single. You know, I would have loved to see Semenya brought back into the attack. Unfortunately, at this point, I don't think spinner's been working that well. These guys are seeing it so well in the middle. Stepping back, this one's hit down to long on. Only be a single.
And I think, interestingly enough, all the spinners that have sort of bowled from the Unisi end have sort of been under quite a bit of pressure. It's not as big of a breeze as it was yesterday, so spinners that have sort of bowled from this rugby end have done a better job so far today, barring that one over that we saw. So yeah, I would have thought that maybe spin from this end and possibly a seamer running from the bottom side.
This is the man Borabat wants to bowl to. Quick single here. They've been running so well together today. They've made the most of every opportunity. Keep the scoreboard ticking, and we spoke about the left-hand, right-hand combination and how it just disrupts your rhythm ever so slightly in the lines you have to bowl. Rocking back, he hit it to long on, but long on will just have to watch it as it clears him and goes for 6.
Yeah, great piece of batting from Daniel Bosman. Slightly short, great footwork, rocks back, and didn't make the best sound off the bat, but cleared the boundary comfortably. Long on, just watching it sail over his head. And another big over for Western Province, taking the total to 242 for the loss of 3, and brings to a close the 38th over.
Conceding a boundary off the first delivery and conceding a boundary off the last delivery. Unfortunately, spin has not worked today in the favour of the Titans. As you see, Vian Pretorius to continue from the rugby's end.
And I did see the umpire Angus signal the final power play, so an extra man allowed out this 30-yard circle.
Coming down the ground, working it to mid-wicket region, coming through for single.
Yeah, interestingly enough, with the last power play starting, still opting for 5 in the ring, so maybe a bit of a tactical error here, not knowing what phase of the game it is from the Titans.
Tell you what, Pretorius is keeping them rather quiet, coming back in this later stint of his spell. But as you said, there's only 4 men out currently. Third man and final leg are in the circle. That one
And I
just
think,
popping a bit.
yeah, just looking at how Vian's sort of gone about the spell so far, hitting a harder length and running his fingers down the side of the ball, and also not being shy to sort of pitch the ball up and opt for the Yorker on the odd occasion.
Oh my goodness. Oh, and the finger's been lifted. He's been given. That was a strange set of circumstances. As you see, reverse.
It looked like a reverse sweep / a bit of a switch hit. Be interested to see,
The replay.
yeah, the replay on this one.
Bit stunned here in the commentary box, not exactly sure what occurred. As you look at that replay, oh yeah, looking again on the replay, does look plumb.
Yeah, let's have a look at it again. We've got another opportunity. Looked a bit high to me. So it looks like it's hit him sort of on the thigh pad.
Does he rock
Obviously,
back?
just getting a bit lower than normal to execute the shot. Yeah, good shout, worth a shout. I think convincing appeal, and yeah, umpire Angus has given that one. Let's not take away what a great knock Daniel Bosman's actually played there. He's come in at number 5 and yeah, he's looked the part all day.
Daniel Bosman unfortunately has to depart in the 90s. He played an excellent knock here as the skipper of the Western Province. He would have loved to reach that century, but he's done his job. The base has been set. 6 wickets still in hand. And Vian Pretorius is rewarded for his brilliant bowling here at the end of his stint.
Yeah, interesting choice of shot. Because what Bosman and James have done really well today is actually hit up the ground predominantly. They've hit straight very well, so strange to see that choice of shot.
It did feel uncharacteristic like. You know, they've been so mature. We've been complimenting them on how they've built this partnership, analysed the game, and you know, it just feels out of nowhere. This attempt, it looked half-hearted as well.
Yeah, it looked very half-hearted. Only thing I could think of was that it almost felt like he couldn't really hit him up the ground with how he was sort of bowling at them. So his thinking was possibly men are up on the offside, especially behind square. So an attempt to sort of execute it in that manner.
And that concludes a brilliant over for the Titans. The end of the 39th over. Looking again at this wicket, the big wicket of the captain, Daniel Bosman. Seeing it in slow motion. Going for the reverse.
Yeah, just looking at it in slow motion. Height was definitely the question on my mind with that one. But adjudicated by umpire Angus to be hitting the stumps and given out. And from the Unisian, Barabat to continue.
This one hit hard to long on, but he'll have to watch it sail over his head for another maximum. What a shot from Paul James, rocking back. It was a shorter delivery and it has been dispatched.
Yeah, again, spin continuing from the Unisi end. And not the first time today, slightly short. And great power shown by Paul James. Clearing the boundary comfortably there. Barabat under pressure immediately with the boundary of the first ball of the over.
It has not been the spinner's day today, and you know, we've been talking a lot about the fielding positions and all the decisions made when bowling changes have to occur. It's always difficult to call when what has to happen, but you do tend to feel that introduction of spin or maintaining spin at this point has not worked in their favour, especially with the set batsman of Paul James there in the middle. He has looked dangerous today.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And considering how expensive that last over was, I was very surprised to see Barabat given the ball to bowl another one. Again, like you alluded to last over, I'm quite surprised that Semenya actually isn't back into the attack.
You know, we see Pretoria is doing a really good job from the rugby's end, keeping it quiet and actually getting that big breakthrough they were looking for. But you know, with the maximum being struck off the first delivery, you already feel it's just damage control from now.
Great piece of work at extra cover there. Got a bit of an unfavourable bounce, but stopped the run nonetheless. Great fight back from Barabat in this over so far. 6 followed by 2 dots.
Double stepping, hit down the ground to long on. We'll come back for, well, they'll just have come through for a single.
Yeah, and the new man at the crease is Sibahle Sigabi. Right hand bat. Just chatting to the coach. He's sort of the guy that looks for those ones and twos.
He's come in a time with the most favourable conditions batsman could ask for, coming in at 6. Pushing that one down to long off, coming through for single. That's 250 on the board for the Western Province boys. And that concludes the 40th over. It's been a good knock here, very mature innings from Western Province boys. They still have 7 overs to go in this game, as we had rain delay this morning. The game has been shortened by only 3 overs, thankfully.
And in this position, what would your thoughts be on a score going into the last 7 overs over here?
From a Western Province perspective, still having Paul James there, I would be disappointed not reaching 300 from this point.
Yeah, and I think from the Titans' point of view, I think they've got to do their best to bowl to the new man. Try to bowl as many dots as they can. As Sigabi just punches this one up the ground for a single.
And Pretorius would be very happy if he was to remove Paul James as well, having removed the captain Daniel Bosman the previous over. Still only 4 men out on the ring. Paul James hitting it down the ground. Chance at long on, but he misses it, bounces in front of him awkwardly, and he's unable to stop it and has gone for 4.
Yeah, it just looked like the field in the deep sort of just misjudged that. Took a while to get off the fence.
That is the captain.
Possibly an opportunity missed over there.
Half a chance. Running hard, too called early, but not able to get there. Sigabi will have to be on strike. And let's see if there is a fielding change with a new man now on strike. There's no fielding change. Half a chance. Oh, direct hit. And you feel Sigabi would not have made his ground there, but they do come through for a single. And more importantly, Paul James is on strike. He's on 93 now, having faced 100 deliveries. As we see deep wicket go back. Running hard. Not able to get back for 2.
Yeah, only a single on this occasion. And Paul James only 1 hit away from 3 figures.
He's played a very mature knock here today. Do very well to get to that century. Driven, and they'll come back for through for a single. And that does conclude the over. Now, Dom, I'm going to ask you, as we are reaching that death over point, as we just look at the replay, oh, it would have been mighty close, the direct hit. Do you feel at this point, should they have taken that single? Taking Sigabi back on strike? Or should Paul James be facing most of it?
I do think James should be trying to face as much as possible, but you can't turn an obvious single down like that. I don't think it's in good taste to the game, and you don't want to upset Mother Cricket by turning down a single like that. We know how much of a cruel mistress Mother Cricket can be.
As we do see the sun coming through here, it's been a beautiful day of play. Did look in danger at the beginning of this day, but it's been beautiful as we just see field being set now. Third man, fine leg, deep square leg, sweep on the offside. It's just worked around the corner, throw coming through, but they do get there.
Yeah, and great to see finally what we've been asking for, a seamer from the UNIC end as Zander Venter comes back into the attack.
Now this is the important match off between Paul James and the captain Zander Venter. As you see a fielding change, third man being brought up into the ring, mid on being pushed back to long on, long off also in place, and he goes for it straight down. Long off will have to cut it off, but is not able to, and that's another boundary for Paul James and for the Western Province.
Yeah, beautiful shot there. It's straight at the side screen. Lots of work for the man at long off to do. And most importantly, he's only 1 run away from 3 figures. He's batted beautifully so far today.
Paul James on 99 from 103 deliveries. He's done excellently. He's been the anchor for the Western Province today. And he swings at it, and he will get there.
Don't hear any celebrations.
Paul James, it doesn't look like he's aware. He's just reached his century.
Yeah, none of his teammates really
Oh, goodness.
making a noise for him in the dressing room. So
As we're trying to give him an indication, he has actually reached that milestone.
our producer just on the right of us clapping for him.
The cigar bit goes over mid-off. Beautiful shot. And he gets a boundary. He joins in on the action.
Yeah, beautiful high elbow from Segabe. Slightly overpitched. And with Murov up in the ring.
Oh, and his team is now indicating to him he needs one more run. Not being aware he's actually reached his milestone.
Bit of confusion between us and the scorers. What we're seeing on screen is slightly different, so
Segabe going down the ground again. Longhoff will have to cut it off. This time does so well, and they come back for 2.
yeah, it just begs the question, as Eugene off screen is signaling, the ball has not gone to third man in a very long time, so why are they still opting for the third or for the fine leg, and why have they not pushed long on back after 2 very, very convincing shots from Segabe?
That does conclude the 42nd over. It's been a good one again for the Western Provinces. We are still honestly trying to figure out, has Paul James reached his century or not yet? But the score is nonetheless 272 for 4, as we have 5 overs left in this innings.
Thank you, John. And yeah, it's all happening here. It's all happening. Batters not knowing what scores they're on. Bowlers bowling. For me, not the right fields. Yeah, everybody has got him on the big 3-digit there, Dom. And yeah, all I'm going to do for the next 5 overs is just enjoy what I'm going to see, because I think, again, the Titans are probably their own worst enemies here. Now they do give him the biggest ovation. Paul James. Well deserved. Second man to get 100 for Western Province.
And what a knock it's been. Great maturity shown from the moment he walked to the crease this morning, Eugene. He's batted beautifully for his 100. Shifted through the gears when he's needed to.
Yeah, and he follows Daniel Cook, who got 100 yesterday. And they managed to get another one today. Confusion. But through they go. And yeah, Dom, I'm just left with so many questions. And that's why I'm saying that Titans were their own worst enemies at times, just for the way the field's set. But I think we can expect maybe a lot of shots now from Paul James if we haven't seen enough of it yet.
Yeah, Vian going full and straight on this occasion, only for the single. Yeah, he's batted beautifully so far, and I think the thing that I've liked the most is he's stuck to his game plans really, really well. He hasn't looked to go away from them, hitting up the ground really well. When it's been slightly short, he's put them away.
Well, and through all the carnage that was happening here with the ball moving all over the place here at the Johan Volstead Oval, VM Pretoria's 1 for 38, busy with his 9, has bowled quite nicely.
Yes, and most noticeably so far this spell, he's been the one guy that's in the back end of this inning so far, has executed a plan beautifully. Hasn't tried too much, gone for his death plans full and straight. A couple of off-cutters here and there.
I think that ball not carrying, because I don't think that was anywhere near the pad. I'm not sure. But how different this is from the innings, actually both innings we saw yesterday between the Lions and Eastern Province, where an innings that was going at 5 to the over went at that rate throughout the innings. Here, Western Province, they started very quickly. Then there was a middle patch where they picked up ones and then just accelerated here at the back end as well.
Yeah, I think the big thing we sort of noticed yesterday was a few people got in, but no one really putting their hand up to get that 3-figure score. It looked like Jason Rolls was going to be that guy yesterday, and him getting out soon after getting to 50. I think what I've enjoyed the most so far is that from the Western Province batting point of view is that the guys that have come into bat, they have again stuck to their game plans, and it's a point I want to make really is if it can get you to 20 to 30, it can get you to 100, it can get you to 150, and the big thing is not changing that too much. Yes, obviously conditions dictate that you're going to play a certain way, but I think the big thing is from Paul James's point of view is that he's stuck to his guns really, really well, and yeah, he's batted beautifully.
Well, now we see third man and fine leg in the ring. Point and cover, those are the 4 men in. Venter. Club down the ground. And there's the evidence. Dom not looking to hit the ball behind themselves. They want to hit the ball downtown. Hence why I just keep thinking about why didn't we see this earlier? Even through that middle phases. Western Province, they were not interested in hitting the ball behind them.
Yeah, again, possibly just too reactionary from the Titans' point of view.
Club, long off, takes it. And that ends a quite magnificent innings from Paul James. He has simply been fantastic with bat in hand. And again, trying to get maximum for his team. Just end up hitting that. I think that's Rasul that took a really good catch. But Paul James, what a knock for your province.
Yeah, very well played from Paul James. And getting the recognition that Knock does deserve. Standing ovation from his team. And even from a couple of the CSA members that are present today.
Yeah, I walked in there. It's about that time, but what a knock. What a knock by him. And like you said, Dom, and as we said throughout that innings, it was a knock of maturity. He showed some good ability, strong shots for ones. He hit good boundaries. And he simply ran well between the wickets as well. New man in, Joshua Prince, son of Ashwell. He's going to be taking guard here, and his job is going to be fairly simple. Try and score off as many deliveries as you possibly can, or get Sigabi on strike, who's going quite nicely, I have to say. He's hit the ball in nice areas.
Quite a bit of time being taken here to set the field from Zander Venter, so yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of confusion. Currently there are actually only 3 men in the ring, so this could possibly be a no ball. I think umpire Angus has noted that and he's looking around.
It is a no ball going to be.
And he signaled no ball right on cue.
Now the captain looks around and said, oh, who was the one man? And yeah, as much as you want to say the fielders need to do that, I think, yes, the bowler needs to be aware, the captain, who is the bowler himself, but the fielders also need to just look around. And we saw yesterday how a bowler was stopped in his tracks, said, hold on, we don't have enough men in the ring.
And nothing better than walking to the crease, and with your second ball, you get a free hit. Prince on strike here.
Good delivery. Good delivery.
just looking around the field, the Titans fielders do look very flat. A couple of teapots are out. They look quite tired. Not much chat in the field.
Try and hit that. That's what Zander Fenton was saying there. Beautiful delivery. Yet again. Scamper through for a single though. Just before I came on, I heard John talk about, as we reach the death overs. I think the death overs was reached probably with about 20 overs to go, with the way these men from Western Province were hitting the ball to all parts. You have this Johan Volstead oval here at Grey College. Just coming through, and again, just a reminder that these pictures are being brought to you via Pitch Vision and Pitch Vision Pro, trusted across all schools and clubs and integrated with Cricket South Africa scoring app as well. And Pitch Vision have also shown all the domestic cricket with the professional teams, as well as all the youth weeks that will be streamed live via Pitch Vision. And it's a great concept, and please get in touch with Pitch Vision. Lovely struck again, just for one.
Fent has actually bowled a really, really good over. Only going for, is that 4?
Yeah, the captain's done his bit. It's at the other end that they're struggling. Now, we see this fella, Pretorius. He just looks like he's struggling a little bit. And you don't want to be struggling on day 2 of a 5-day tournament. Few men already sitting on the physio bed there, getting seen to.
Yeah, we saw a couple of little niggles pulling up yesterday in that Eastern Province versus Lions game. So definitely a bit of cause for concern.
Just a word on those. I think they've been replaced as well, looking at it. So that's the official wording, as shown by our producer early on. So oh, that's going to go all the way for Horns. Little short arm jab. Not a big backlift.
Yeah, and Joshua Prince standing tall there. And clubbed, I think, is the word we're looking for. Just stood there on a length. Clear the right leg and high and handsome over wide long on.
Good response. Good response. Yorker. A delivery that's gone out of cricket. Don't see them anymore.
And good to see a member of this generation actually executing it beautifully. Not shy to go there. I mean, he started bowling it in the 40th over.
Now, let me tell you, if he hit that, I mean, that would have gone over the stands here at the rugby ground. Might not have had a backlift with the 6 he hit early in this over, but that one, my oh my.
Let's put it this way, Eugene. He's not going to die wandering over here.
No, he's not. Powerfully hit again. Maritz on bended knee. Keeps it down to 1. This is what I like about the modern day cricketer. Now that we've seen, just based on the previous shot from Joshua Prince's, when we were playing, that was, you wanted to get that leg out the way, yeah, but you sort of leaned back on it. Now they stand and they hit through it. They get their weight through the ball a lot better. That's what I like about how these guys are hitting the ball these days.
Yeah, and just going on your point there, Eugene, I think from a young age, kids are taught these days power hitting. I think when I was growing up, we were all taught to just hit the ball on the ground. We don't want to give chances, don't want to give an opportunity in the air. So power hitting sort of being taught at a very young age. So by the time you do turn 18 or 19, you're well versed in how to do it.
Beautifully bowled. He sees that Joshua Prince just wants that ball to be outside that off stump so he can free his arms up. So he's bowled very nicely. That's his spell. Victorious. He can be very chuffed with his work. Picked up a wicket as well. "12 balls to go in this innings."
Province 289 for the loss of 5. And there's a bit of a change from the Unisi end. The guy John has been calling for the last 10 overs. He's finally back into the attack.
Well, here's the difference. We know that Semenya will just bowl a ball on the length. The problem here is that the boys will be hitting the ball with the breeze.
Keep up to the stumps. It's full on the stumps and tickled around the corner to deep square for a single. Now for the left-hander, for some reason it looks like the keeper's going back. So just wondering what the thinking is over here. And Prince looks like he's batting almost out his crease.
That's gone high. That's gone handsome. It's gone 1 bounce 4. This is what I'm afraid of, what I was afraid of when Semenya comes back, because it's just going to be shots aplenty here, because they know he's got no real pace behind him, and they know that he's just going to try and bowl the ball full, so you can really set yourself here. Gone the same way, man there. Ah, it's gone for horns.
And strangely enough, the field in the deep hasn't even tried to sort of keep it back in play, or let alone catch it. But disappointing to see that, as we see on the replay. Again on a length. Prince has thrown the kitchen sink at it. And yeah, no real effort from either of the fielders to catch it.
Brought up the 300. Oh, clubbed again. How's the running? Here he comes. Here he comes. 2 more runs added.
Yeah, great piece of running by both these two batters. I think in particular Segabe was no doubt in his mind that he was going to come back for the second.
Oh, that is just cloth to cover. It was a full toss. Again, looking to hit that on the onside. Unfortunately for Joshua Prince, he's just hit that to cover. And he has got to depart in search of some more runs for Western Province. 302. As they lose another wicket.
Yeah, unfortunately, juicy full toss. But funny enough, sometimes those ones, with it not actually bouncing, does tend to rush you. I think Semenya can count himself lucky that that wasn't another couple at least, or another boundary.
Yeah, for me, it's just that body shape again. Just losing his shape a little bit. As cricketers always say, losing its shape and then just not getting all of the ball. However, it was a little bit of a cameo from Prince. I think this should be Waco Bessie coming to the middle. Man from Bishops. Well, his job is clear. See ball, hit ball.
Yeah, go big or go home. And that he does try to do. That brings a close the penultimate over of Western Province's innings. 302 on the board.
Well, this is a mammoth total here by Western Province, and it's going to be the captain that's going to bring himself back on here from the rugby end to bowl this final over. I must say, Dom, lunch break is going to be very interesting in terms of the duration. Because if it's 3 hours to bowl over, we could be here for a long time. Final over. That is what he's done very well. Sander Venter.
Yeah, Sigabi on this occasion getting well outside off stump, and Venter backing his guns, attacking the stumps, and a very well executed Yorker.
Come over, 5 balls to come.
Oh, it's a no ball. Front foot, I think that was. Through they come for the single, so it's going to be a free hit.
So many no balls over the last couple of days. It's been the tale of sort of this ground. So many yesterday. A lot of extras yesterday, actually. And quite disappointing to see, because it's something you are very much in control of.
Free hit. Dot ball. The word you use there, control. That stands out for me, because there's a lot of things that you in the field can control. And I just think that's where the Titans were short of today. Too many extras. Yes, no balls were bowled as well. Wides, field placing. That's what you can control. Just want on top of it, yeah. Good off his own bowling.
And I've actually been very impressed at how this surface is played today. Not much on offer really for any of the bowlers. So could make an entertaining afternoon's cricket.
Yeah, what I'm definitely looking forward to is to see how the bowlers of Western Province bowl on the surface. They're a lot taller. Some might be a lot quicker. Just missed that, and the umpire will just ask if he's okay. All good. 2 balls still to go. There he goes. Just check if he's okay. So, yeah, he'll just going to go through the normal protocols here.
Physio probably going to have to come out and run through the concussion protocols. See their coach, Kasim Adams, just giving it both hands up, saying
6 and 7.
Yeah. Don't know how I can assist in this matter. It's not really his expertise or field of expertise.
No, he's been busy today.
Ah, there we go. One of the paramedics that are stationed at the ground is just running onto the field. It's supposed to be the way things have sort of transpired in the last last 10 years. We don't take these things lightly anymore. So, yeah, good to see that they're implementing the same thing for the youth weeks.
Yeah, no, I think it's a normal protocols that just has to be followed. And you can probably give us more insight into that. Is it when a batter gets struck in a more uncomfortable position, or is it only hit?
At the moment, it's, well, for concussion protocols, it's head injury. So they, even if it hits your bat and it hits your head, even if it just flicks your grill, physio comes out, paramedics come out, and they go through the usual questioning process. I think the big thing that's possibly different at the professional cricket level is that there's a baseline concussion test that we do go through, and if a head injury is sustained that is deemed to be violent or quite dangerous, you do take that test later on in the day when you are off the field, just to have a comparison with, in terms of results, if there is any sort of danger to the brain.
2 balls to go. And I knew we couldn't go a whole innings without seeing a ramp being played. And Basic has pulled that off with the plum.
Yeah, 2 balls to go, and stepped across and beautifully executed. On this occasion, Fenter missing his Yorker. And with 1 ball to go, Province on 310. Big total on the board.
Oh, just past Zander Venter for 1, and that is going to conclude this innings, where Western Province have amassed 311 for 6, thanks to good contributions by Paul James as well as the captain Daniel Bosman. And they've really set the task for the Titans very, very high. I think, as Dom rightly said, there's no demons in this pitch. It's just got to be coming out and be very positive and show great intent.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the things that the Province batters, particularly the top order, did very, very well this morning after being sent into bat. Was they've came out with good intent, and they weren't shy at all to put the Titans bowlers under pressure. And as you've rightly said, this wicket looks a good one, so I think the big thing is that the top order of this Titans team is going to have to set this chase up.
Well, yesterday we saw 255 set by Eastern Province. Lions winning that one via the DLS. Here, it's going to be 312 needed for victory by the Titans in 47 overs if they are to beat Western Province in this North versus South clash here. Well, we could see some shots aplenty coming up, but for now it's going to be a lunch break, so join us again in about 40 minutes or so, where we're going to have a shortened lunch break. Lunch break is usually set for an hour here, but I think it's going to be set for 40 minutes or 45, and then we will resume this game. So see you shortly.
Eta. Ke tla tshwara mo go nna ke tlo rola ukwa. Ke tla e busetsa ke etsa go rola. Ah, ne ke re Mike wo wa lona o. Sha.
You need to do something also.
Very warm welcome back here to the Johan Volstead Oval, home of Grey College, for the second innings of this North-South clash here between Western Province and the Titans. Western Province batted very well in that first innings, amassing 311 of their 47 overs. This game is reduced due to the late start for a little bit of rain that was around, but the breeze has started to pick up and a few more clouds coming in, so we'll just pay careful attention to how that is going to evolve here. My name is Eugene Molin. With me, Johan, and what can we potentially expect here, because the Titans have to come out, show great intent. They got to be maybe not overly aggressive. They got to make use of the power play and try and get ahead of the rate here.
Yeah, thank you, Eugene. It's wonderful to be back here for the second innings. We were discussing it in the lunch period. How do you approach this? And the big word, I think, going into this innings for the Titans is obviously scoreboard pressure. Scoreboard pressure with 311 runs to chase, 312 the target. It is a lot considering 47 overs. Just considering the weather conditions, the breeze is slightly picking up. It is a bit, get a sense, a bit darker around. Already discussions if we can have a full day's worth of play. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting one.
Maybe not as interesting as opening with spin, I would say. Western Province opting to go with the spinner, left armour.
Oh, and it's wide to start, and it's cut firmly, and that will be a boundary off the first delivery. So if you wanted to ask the Titans how to start, that's exactly how they wanted to do so.
Well, if you want width on offer, there it is, on a platter. Well put away there by Ruben van Zyl, as he gets the first boundary for the Titans, trying to get there. Timothy Short is the left-arm spin bowler for Western Province. Again, Short, a little bit quicker.
Yeah, Mohammed Rasul, the non-striker, number 13. I wanted to mention it in the previous innings, Eugene, that, I was looking at Mohammed Rasul. He did not have the best day in the field. A couple of misfields. He had one over bowled, which unfortunately did not go in his favour. And we talk about at this young age showing mental resilience and bouncing back. And, he's got a big job here to do for the Titans with the bat. And that's what he'll have to put aside now, is the previous innings.
Nicely played by Ruben van Zyl. Down the ground. This is going to bring Rasul on strike. And sometimes when it's not your day, it's not your day. Hopefully he can turn things around here. Mohammed Rasul. He's going to be facing up to his first ball. Oh. Hello. Bit of turn, bit of bounce, bit of purchase. And that is going to keep Timothy Short very, very interested in the proceedings here. 5 of the first.
I like this change from the Western Province, bringing spin in the beginning, backing their left-arm orthodox. He's done well in that over, actually. First ball as a boundary, bounced back nicely. And if there's signs of turn, well, that's very promising for them.
It's going to be the right-arm bowler from Bishops, Waco Basic. That's going to be bowling here from the rugby field end. And he's going to operate with 1 slip, 4 men on the offside, saving 1. 2 on the on, which is a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Regulation third and fine leg. Third man and fine leg down there. Those are the 2 men out. He has struggled with some injuries as well, Waco Basic. Hopefully he can have a really good week, the youngster. Missed out on last year's competition due to injury. He He was selected for the Khaya Majola team. That was held there at Rondebosch.
Oh, it's pulled, and it's been pulled away for 4. It's a brilliant shot. Umpire has also signaled no ball. It's a great shot from Ruben van Zyl. 2 early boundaries here for him.
Not the start. Not the start that Bessic wanted. So it's going to be a free hit, but as you said, the pull shot, always find the men from the Highveld. They play this shot better than most. Though we did see the men from Western Province play the pull shot with consummate ease as well. Now then, free hit.
And he goes up in the air. Might be taking a mid-on. It's taken, but to no avail. Come through for a single. On strike. This opening partnership will be key to set the pace here for the Titans.
That's going to go down to third man. It's just going to be the single. Trying to hit the surface quite hard here, Waco Bessic. We saw early on the men from the Titans got this ball to move a little bit, especially Maritz away from the right-handers, and men from Western Province look like they're trying to hit the surface a little bit harder than the men from the Titans. And the umpire just checking that line. That's a telltale sign that please just bring your foot back. Might not need to say anything. You just need to wonder. And when they wonder, it's in the back of your head. Oh, I might have been close there yet again.
Going this time over extra cover. Ruben van Zyl with a beautiful cover drive. He stepped into it, and that's another boundary.
Yeah, not the start for Bessic. Overpitched. And then just decided he's just going to go aerial over the top. And this is what the Titans need. Ends the second. 16 without loss.
Good start so far for the Titans in the form of Ruben van Zyl. 3 boundaries thus far. Striking them really well. He looks very confident out there in the middle. Previous over Waco Bessic moving across his wickets, seeing the space. But now from the Unisian, Timothy Short continuing. There was glimpses of some turn.
Oh, little scratch on that, little tickle. Can't be given out. Leg before. Just got to get his feet moving here. Wide stance there from Rasul. One would suggest that there might not be big foot movement forward or back once a man have that big wide stance. Sort of reminds me of the left-hander, Graham Smith. Also had a big wide stance. It wasn't a great move of the feet, but he got into a good position to buff the ball all over the place.
Cut again. This time it beats cover. And now will also run away to the boundary. Ruben van Zyl on fire here in the beginning of this innings. That's his 4th boundary.
What makes the shot is the footwork. Gets himself in a good position to get that ball through the offside. Brilliantly put away. Bowler under pressure.
This time stepping away from his wickets. Trying to create more space on the offside. Ruben van Zyl looks like a man in form. This time just down the ground for a single.
That's something that Western Province did very well in their innings. They hit positive, strong shots down the ground. I can tell you, there was no stride there. He just opened the foot and just put the bat there. No stride needed. 3 gone, 22 without loss.
Tell you what, Eugene, Western Province can't just go on emotions here. They've still got to go through this game, still execute their plans. Because at the current rate, Ruben van Zyl is looking very dangerous there in the middle. Oh, this time, hits it hard, hits it all the way over extra cover for 6.
That ball was over pitched. And with absolute ease, just lofts that over for the maximum. And there's one thing that Western Province won't do is go through the motions. I don't think the coach will allow them to do that one iota. But game on here. Ruben van Zyl, 25 of 15.
Standing on leg stump. Coming across nicely, defending this one. A lot of foot movement there, Eugene.
Yeah, I would like to see him just stand still a little bit. Whether you go on off stump, just start there. He's got a big trigger from that leg stump to that off stump. Maybe not just getting into a position that will create a nice strong base. Something that I always alluded to in talking to Dom as well.
Come through for the single.
Well, maybe this will get Rasul going. He's going to get a free hit here. Overstepping yet again. And that bug, that noble bug, seemed to be catching Western Province bowlers here as well now. And Dom sort of alluded to maybe it's the ground. I think the bowlers just need to just get your foot behind the line, man. However, free hit.
It's short. Oh, and he got something on it. It's gone through to the keeper.
Well, that was good planning. Because the field could change because of the new bat on strike. They set the field accordingly for that short ball. They had a fine leg in place and a deep backward square. So that was good thinking.
Fuller this time, driven to mid-on. No run. That was really good thinking, actually, Eugene. They understood the game plan. Like, listen, they backed their bowler to get the short one in there, and it worked out really well. Just that sharp moment, realizing they had made the run, field could be changed. This one's driven. It's driven hard through the covers, and it will go all the way. And that's the first boundary for Mohamed Rasul.
And what a boundary it is. What a shot it was. Sort of hit this one on the up. And just waited on it. And that is the skill about the shot. How he waited for that ball to get him, to allow him to play that ball square of the wicket through the offside. Pulled that off magnificently. And now, Waco Besic, he is under pressure here. And I think the captain might just make a couple of changes. 23 off 1.5 overs.
that concludes the fourth over. 34 for the loss of none here. The Titans running currently at 9.4 runs and over. Doing well so far.
Yeah, something for Daniel Bosman to think about. Here we see the first little meeting around the table for Daniel Bosman and Paul James, just thinking, listen, what do you reckon we do here? It's going to be Timothy Short to continue, is it? No. It's going to be the big fella. It's going to be the big fella. Tarantal. He's going to come into the attack. Now then, I said I'm going to ask you the question. What sport, winter sport, do you reckon Tarantal plays?
Well, we've got to go with rugby. Not a rugby man.
He's not a rugby man. He plays hockey.
He's a hockey player.
Which position?
Probably a striker or like a goalkeeper.
Goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Told he represented Western Province under 16s at hockey as well. He's steaming in.
Good ball up front.
Now this brings in a different sort of aspect here for the batsman to think about, because he's really tall, delivers the ball from quite a big height. And sometimes you can sort of misjudge the length a little bit. He will try and hit the deck as hard as he can. Ruben van Zyl, 26 of 18. Good start for him.
Just looked as if that one is just moving away from Van Zyl there for a second.
Yeah, it was, but the umpire also told Tarantal, can you please move away from the middle, please?
This worked into square leg region. They're coming back for two. Very good running.
Yeah, they know they've got to capitalize on this first power play. They've also got the left arm of Joshua Prince that they can call upon. Paul James himself can bowl some seamers. They're probably keeping him back. Of course, there's the captain himself, Bosman.
This one a bit wider, inviting a drive, some width on offer.
Yeah, there was width, but there was also a little bit of bounce. And you can see that the bat went underneath the ball there as he tried to hit that ball. And that is what you get from Tarantal. Third man fine leg, operating with one slip. Here's the bounce. There is the bounce.
Some bounce off a good length. It is something that height difference does offer. Tarantal does bring to the table, and currently just making Van Zyl a bit uncomfortable. It's cut hard. It's beaten the cover fielder and it's gone away for another boundary. Van Zyl can't be kept quiet.
Yeah, he can't. But you got to ask the question. You got to see the over out. You've gone for 2 or 5 deliveries. And even at this early stage, you just got to see the over out. Don't make it easy. This is a little bit of a gift with an offer. Put away. That's easy 4 runs, and that's something bowler, captain, and coach will not be happy with.
As Eugene just starts to bring out the duck with Lewis paper.
I'm keeping that buried. We're nowhere near. 20 overs constitutes a game. 40 without a loss here.
Driven hard. Excellently stopped in the cover region. So Bassick to continue here from the rugby's end. He's been costly, unfortunately, in his first 2 overs. 23 runs conceded thus far. He'll be looking to improve. Mohamed Razul on strike. Tries to play this one late to third man, but only gets as far as backward point.
Always find your best fielder there. That is Paul James. He is exceptionally quick. And he's very close in as well.
Can't keep him out of the game.
No, you can't. You can't. But what I'm looking at and interested now is he bowled 2 balls, which were dot balls. Now the slip goes away. Slip goes to square leg. In fact, he doesn't go to square leg. He's actually going to go to deep backward square. And they're going to bring third man up. It's got to be a short ball. That's the way the field's set. They've seen Rasul in the over before. Didn't quite play the short ball with any confidence. Let's see how this one's going to go.
It's short to mid-wicket, and it's taken. The clear-cut plan has worked. Bastick has the first breakthrough. Rasul has to depart for 6. And the Titans are 40 for the loss of 1. Oh my goodness, what a clear-cut plan. Eugene has called it.
I haven't called it. It's just, it was there. Third man comes up. Deep square and fine leg in place. Short ball. And he just clothed that. Absolutely clothed that to mid-wicket. That's a first wicket gone. And that's good plans set there by Daniel Bosman and his men. I mean, the plan was set. And now you can see no control of it. And he just has to go.
That's one thing we missed a bit in the Titans innings is the clear plans of execution of getting wickets, where it just felt the whole time as they were just trying to recover at points. But that was a clear-cut plan. They saw in the previous over with actually the free hit, in fact, that Rasul did not look as comfortable, and they said, you know what, we're going to go for that. And it's worked and paid off for them.
Well, the question I ask is, for myself, and probably to somebody like Rasul, is it was set out there, clear as day, where the ball was going to go. And he didn't either set himself or just let it go. Well, there's no need to basically play the shot. And maybe, again, we're talking about modern-day cricketers and all of those things. They really want to have a crack at it. But you can also let the ball go. And the reluctance of cricketers that I see these days, if they find themselves not comfortable playing a certain shot, they still try it. But it could bring your downflow, like we saw now from Rasul. So slip back in place. Third man there. He's still in the ring, so could see another short ball here.
That was a beautiful short ball. He's bowling them well, Bassick. He's hit the deck hard in this third over. He's been very expensive the first 2, but finding his rhythm here in the third. Eugene, what's the next ball?
No, don't keep going like that now. I'm not going to be calling it, but I mean, you can just see the plans in place now. Could be a little bit of a bluff now. Is he going to go again? I don't think the one of Rasul was called the short ball above shoulder. Let's see. You giving me that one as well?
Now, I would have loved to see a Yorker just to keep it interesting. But this might just be the first maiden of the day. I stand to be corrected.
Are you one that says wicket maiden or maiden wicket? Which one do you prefer?
Good question. I think wicket maiden. Maiden wicket? Yeah, no. I'm a maiden wicket guy. Oh! And that is, in fact, the first maiden wicket of this game. Brilliant return here from Bassick in his third over. The Titans, 40 for the loss of 1 after 6.
Yeah, you tend to ask yourself, what came first, the wicket or the maiden?
Oh, goodness.
I'm just putting it out there, John. I'm just putting it out there.
It's got to be the wicket. I mean, if you look at it that way, Maiden has to have 6 deliveries, so the wicket's got to be occurring before then. Wicket Maiden.
Well, maybe there's no right or wrong. Who knows? Now then, third man back in the ring. Deep square, fine leg in place. Well, we could see the old chin music here. Province bowlers have decided, listen, let's hit this pitch really hard.
Yeah, Taranto he saw what Bassick was doing from the other end, so he says, I'll join in on that. Bassick was really getting, it looked good pace. Batsman looked uncomfortable. Stepping away, trying to cut once again. Van Zyl. He's looked really good today on the cut shot.
Yeah. The difference with that one is I don't mind him playing that one. He gave himself room, which was fine. His identified third man was in the ring, so he gave himself room, knew it was going to be a back of the length or that heavy length, and he wanted to just sort of guide that over. And with the pace these bowlers are bowling, that could just fly all the way.
I agree with you, Gene. It's a calculated risk. I understand he's thinking in that situation. Smart cricket. Didn't pay off, but you could clearly see the plan.
Slip's going to come back in here. Still the 2 men on the leg side. That's out. Deep square and fine leg.
Timothy Gordon on strike. Having only faced 3 deliveries so far. Oh, goes for the pull shot immediately. And it's getting the Western Province guys chirpy.
Chirpy? Somebody's just cranked it up a notch here. You saw the bowlers of the Titans just bowl good line and length and hovering a little bit fuller. Here the men from Western Province are saying, nah, we won't have any of that. Let's test this pitch. Let's test the batter on the shorter ball.
Fuller this time. Defended to mid-off, no run. Oh, that's good cricket, Eugene. You love to see it.
Well, where's this one going to go? Rob Quinlan. He's had a few words there at the batter. He's got to do it subtly these days. Well, can he see this over, Ryder? Go again. 1 run in this over. 6th ball again.
Ball's forced into the onside, but they do come back for 2. Good way to close off that over for the Titans.
Well, you've got to enjoy this. It's a good challenge between ball and bat here.
You reminded me again of the big man behind the wickets there, Rob Quinlan, challenging his bowlers. Say, try and get it over me, guys.
There's no chance. There's absolutely no chance. As mentioned earlier, one of the taller keepers that you'll see, only 2 that I can recall, was Ray Jennings and Nick Pothers. Oh, Steve Pofferman was also a tall man, keeping.
No surprise. Bassick to continue from the rugby's end. Oh. Is that a no ball signaled? Another no ball signaled. Oh, they're coming back for 2. Oh, it's good running from the Titans. And I just wanted to say the psychological war, Ruben van Zyl, early on coming down the wicket to Bassick. As we look at the replay, look at him come early. Big strides. free hit to come. It's short. It's tried to play over backward point. It will be caught, but they come through for single.
Well, so far, the Noble hasn't cost Bessic. Again, going for the shorter ball ploy. It's worked quite nicely for him and Western Province so far. Oh, I can give that even from here. Good call by the umpire.
Slashed hard at this one, not able to connect. Just makes it to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, we just have to have somebody sort of nurture this youngster, Waco Bessic. I can see why he might have had a few injury concerns. And it's just got to do with that action of his, and that's something that just needs to be nurtured.
Oh, this time short again, top edge. It's running very fine. Fine leg's not going to be able to cut that off. And it's a boundary to Ruben van Zyl.
Sticking with a short ball ploy here. Well directed. Just top edge, not in control of that at all, Van Zyl. Fortunate to get 4 runs. Titans wouldn't mind how they get them. That 4 also brings up the 50 for the Titans, coming in the 8th over.
This time just short again, trying to guide it past that short third man. Not able to do so. Good presence of mind, knowing where the field is.
Oh, I'm enjoying this clash. I've only got 5 minutes of it left though, and then Dom will maybe see if he can get the batters through the short barrage of bowling.
It's short again, it's pulled hard this time. And deep square leg will not cut this off. This time Ruben van Zyl gets all of it. And that's another 4. And it also concludes the over. Psychological win.
You give them enough chances to play the pull shot. Sometime they will pull it off like this. Boom. Great position. The position there of him was much better. Stood up tall. Full extension of the arms. Brilliantly put away by Van Zyl. Lot more still at the crease. You can see that then. That's just the difference. 4 more. 56 after 8. North v South clash. This is going to be interesting.
Donald, it's high in the air. They're calling it. Gully takes the catch. And that's the end of Timothy Gordon. Oh no! No ball. No ball signaled by the umpire. No ball signaled by the umpire. There's a bit of confusion. We're still waiting for clarification.
Oh, third man was out, I think. Was he? Not sure. They're giving it for... It's a fielding no ball.
Oh no, Eugene. A very poor mistake to make at this level, if that is the case. And what should have been a wicket now is a free hit.
Well, maybe you just need to be outside the ring to be called a no ball. So here comes a free hit. And again...
Feels a bit wide, but it's not signaled as one.
Yeah, so maybe that was well spotted by the umpires. Usually, you just say, these fields are in the ring. But I think one of these men noticed that one of the players, at the time the ball was delivered, was outside the circle.
That's some good umpiring. Hey, Eugene, that's some really good umpiring.
Tell you what, one man that will be happy that I said that is the birthday boy today, Mr. Niels Momberg. Wishing him a very happy birthday, sir. On behalf of us here in the commentary box and on behalf of Pitch Vision, we wish you a great day.
Oh, this time it was full and it's hit down the ground. And it's gone one bounce four. Beautiful strike from Ruben from Cell once again. Tarantal pitching this one up a bit and struck firmly down the ground.
Any thoughts that this is not a good pitch? Look at this shot. Just stand and deliver. Foolish delivery from Tarantal. And he has put that away with his Ruben van Zyl. He moves to 48 of just 35 deliveries. Food for thought here for Western Province.
Tell you what, game on. Game on. It's a batting exhibition here from Ruben from Cell here for the Titans in the power play. Exactly what they wanted.
Wow, how costly is that fielding no ball going to be? Could have been 2 down, should have been 2 down.
Cut again, this time over the top of backward point. And as to rub salt into the wounds, Timothy Gordon hits his first boundary of the day.
Well, if you Herschel Gibbs, Ricky Ponting, whoever it was, play a shot like that, you would be in awe. And why not be in awe for this shot from Timothy Gordon? Look at it. Just gone with it. Beautiful hands through the ball, up and over. Well, we've seen shots aplenty here at the Johan Volstead Oval. He had great college.
You almost just get the sense that the short ball ploy is not as effective anymore, that these men in the middle are figuring out the plan and they're using it to their advantage now.
I don't mind the short ball, but you can't give width. Batters these days, they thrive on width. And when we see third man in the ring, you are running the risk that it can just go over that man there as well. But they have hit the ball in front of square quite nicely here. Timothy Gordon, I mean, that was some shot. It's going to be a fielding or bowling change here. Ngweba. Right, Tom. Bowler from Rondebosch. He's going to come into the attack. 67 for 1. And I bid you a farewell, sir.
Thank you, Eugene, as I'm joined in the commentary by Mr. Dom. We find ourselves in a very interesting situation where the Titans are still well away in this game, ahead of the required run rate. And this one's driven to cover. No run.
Yeah, good afternoon again, John. It's been great watching so far from the Titans. They've come out with some serious intent, and as yourself and Eugene alluded to in the last over, the surface does look a very, very good one. So we are in store for a great game of cricket this afternoon.
We've seen some really good cricket here today, batting and bowling. This one's cut behind point. Run. Third man cannot cut it off. And it's another boundary, and that's 50 up for Ruben van Zyl, who's been taking this innings by storm. 53 from 38 deliveries. raises his bat in acknowledgement to his dugout. Appreciate his efforts here in this big run chase.
Yeah, again, short and a bit of width on offer, and well executed cut shot behind point. He's 50 coming in no time, and inside the power play too.
Again, a bit of width, but missing out this time, Ruben van Zyl.
Yeah, I've just loved the intent that Ruben van Zyl sort of had from that first over. Much like what the Province boys did. As soon as there was an opportunity to score, he pounced all over it.
Driven hard, but stopped at cover.
Yes, I'm thinking for the Western Province boys to do here. Suppose for now they're just wanting to get out of this power play. But definitely some food for thought on how to go about defending this total.
Driven to cover again, no run. Definitely Doma. We could clearly see there's some plans from their side using the short ball, using the height, the bounce they could get, a bit more pace than the Titans attack maybe. Unfortunately, the execution hasn't been in their favor. We saw at times it looks extremely dangerous when they do get it right, but unfortunately, a lot of deliveries, just a bit of width, and Ruben van Zyl has been able to capitalize on that. As they go for a quick single, do scamper through.
Yeah, and that brings to a close the 10th over. Score currently 72 for the loss of 1. The Titans well above the required rate at the moment. And that should bring to a close the power play. So yeah, going to be interesting to see how they sort of are going to go about this middle phase, because as we saw with the way Province went about it, they sort of just knocked it around, and when there was an opportunity to hit a boundary, they jumped all over it. And to add to that too, they weren't very shy on taking a calculated risk against the spinners when they did come on. We saw a great batting display in that middle period for Western Province.
Yes, as we see Timothy Short bringing board back into the attack from the Unisi end. And that's one thing we complimented the Western Province on, was their maturity in the middle phases, is to keep their wickets in hand, and having 7 wickets at the death, that's what gave them a real advantage. Goes for the sweep shot, does clear square leg, it's running away and it won't be cut off. That's another boundary to Ruben van Zyl, who looks in excellent touch.
Yeah, and straight away we've seen here going for the sweep. I think the field sort of dictated this shot. No deep square leg, only a deep mid wicket and a long one on the leg side. So identifying that there is a gap or there is space if the ball is bowled too straight. And I think the most obvious thing to notice so far is that straight after the power play, Province have opted for their 4 men on the boundary.
Again, he sweeps. Really done well there at square leg to cut that off. Come through for a single, but excellently stopped. Sigabi. Partnerships are going to be the thing that carries the Titans. We saw that massive partnership in the middle for the Western Province. Ruben van Zyl comfortably on 59 already from 45 deliveries. Timothy Gordon on 8 currently, and this partnership already worth 37 runs.
Yeah, and a change in the field for Timothy Gordon. Long on coming up and pushing deep square leg back.
Oh, and as you say that, they hit it over mid on, and Timothy Gordon strikes another boundary.
Yeah, very good piece of batting from Timothy Gordon. Slightly overpitched and dealt with. One bounce into the ropes. And with that, long on goes back and deep square leg comes back in. And I suppose these two have answered my question. That, of course, was how they were going to go about playing this sort of middle phase, and it seems to be much of the same. If there's an opportunity to score, they're not going to hold back.
They've done really well that over. They've done really well, and I'm just thinking, and Dom, you can please help me here. With Timothy Short bowling it, spinning it back into them, and because he was bowling on the wickets, would you rather bring up sweeper? Would you rather do that and keep out long on or deep square leg, or would you still have that sweeper option available?
Yes, at the moment it looks like Timothy Short is trying to sort of bowl straight and on the stumps, so there is a bit of risk if you do tend to miss the stumps bringing the sweeper up, but I would actually like to see him possibly that deep mid wicket move around to deep square leg.
This one's full.
Again, it almost looks like it's a bit of a cat and mouse game against the spin. Both these batters sort of not looking or allowing spin to settle, and we saw in the power play how Ruben van Zyl went about playing Timothy Short. So again, not allowing him to settle and making his intentions very clear about how he's going to go about it.
As you see, sweeper being dropped now. Deep square leg, fine leg, third man in place. Short has cut. Third man's got to work hard to get there. They come back for two. It's not been a spinner's day today, Dom.
Yeah, unfortunately not. But again, with such a good surface, your margins for error are very, very tiny. As we've seen here about how Mgweba's gone about it. He's tried to bang it in, but unfortunately offering a bit of width, and yeah, again, got to execute because the margin for error is very small at the moment.
This one a bit straighter and fuller. Hit to mid on, no run.
I think the most noticeable thing about wickets that are playing as well as this one is the skill level of the bowlers. So the ones that tend to perform well on surfaces like these are generally the ones that are highly skilled and generally highly accurate, not missing their length or their line, because we've seen on multiple occasions if you miss either, you go into the boundary.
This time taking a quick single, a shy at the stumps, direct hit, and they'll come back for two from the deviation of the wickets. And as you say that, Dom, my first person that comes to mind is Pretorius in that first innings. He had a couple of good overs later on where he was bowling good Yorkers. He did a really good job when it was really difficult to bowl at that stage of the two in-form batsmen. He was actually eventually able to break that partnership as well.
Yeah, and I think the key thing that he did very well was he had a plan. Yeah, he had a relatively simple plan towards the back end of the innings, and all he did was try to execute it as best he could. Going for the Yorkers early doors when that partnership was set, and when the new men sort of came to the crease, ran his fingers down the side of the ball just to take a bit of pace off it.
Short. It's hit. They're appealing and the fingers lifted. That's the breakthrough they wanted. Timothy Gordon has to depart. Another short ball. Ngwabe getting it right this time on his money. Timothy Gordon pulled into the shot, and it's comfortably taken behind the wickets by the big man Rob Quillen.
Yeah, as we see here, a very well executed bumper, sort of over the left shoulder of the batter, and all he's managed to do on this occasion is just glove it comfortably to the keeper. And that brings to, oh, my apologies, that ends the stand of that partnership. It was really looking healthy. I think it was about 46 runs.
That brings Semenya to the crease. He had a really good opening spell with a ball in hand, and then he had the brilliant run out to get rid of the yesterday Centurion, Daniel Cook. And he's got a big job to do here today with the bat. That was also the end of the over as Timothy Short continues from the Unisi end with his spin. Deep mid wicket, deep square leg in place. Long on. Foot movement, this time going over extra cover. And it's gone all the way for a maximum. What a shot from Ruben van Zyl.
Yeah, great piece of batting from Ruben van Zyl. Initially jumped into the channel, and then at the last second gave himself room and freed up that offside with a beautiful shot over extra cover. And again, another maximum for him, putting the ball under pressure immediately here.
Again, moving around, doing the same thing this time over covers region, not as well timed. It's running away. Fielder's not going to be able to cut it off, and that's a 4. Another boundary. Ruben van Zyl moving things along here nicely.
Yeah, something for the left armer to think about here. He's been in for 2 boundaries of his first 2 balls, so massively under pressure. But currently no change to the field.
Still no sweeper.
He's dropped this one slightly short on this occasion, and it's just been cut for a single, so 11 of the first 3 balls of this over. For the first time, Semenya on strike. Just one change in the field for Semenya. A long on coming up into the 30-yard circle.
As well bowled by Timothy Short. Much straighter line onto the wickets. And again, and Semenya happy to see that out. That brings the end of the 13th over. The Titans, 97 for the loss of 2. Currently running at 7.8 runs and over. Required run rate 6.2. And Ruben van Zyl is a man that is doing it all for the Titans at the moment. 75 runs from 53 deliveries. He's on a mission out there.
Yeah, that he is. He's wasted no time in getting stuck into this Western Province bowling attack. And we see a change in the field here. Deep square leg coming up and pushing long off back, so only one man on the leg side at fine leg. Yeah, you don't see this every day. A ring field on the leg side, mid on, mid wicket, and a square leg just behind. Oh, and as I say that, deep square leg is going to the fence and mid off is coming up.
Sure, Ngwabe will try to get that bounce in again. He had great success the previous over. It's full, it's driven hard through the extra cover. And that's an emphatic way to strike a 4. Ruben from Sale. He is making a statement here today.
Yeah, overpitched on this occasion and beautifully driven through extra cover. And with that boundary, it brings up the 100 for the Titans. Coming up pretty quickly in the 14th over. This sure is shaping up to be a great chase by the Titans. It's beautifully poised for them at the moment.
This one a bit shorter, and it's played to the sweep on the offside. Come through for a single. And it has to be said, you know, hopefully the weather does stay away, but at this current moment, we are almost at the 20 over mark, making this a legitimate game. The Titans surely are ahead of that required run rate for Duck with Lewis. Ruben van Sale, 80 from 56 deliveries. As we see this one beautifully squared up by Ngwabe, hitting the outside edge of Semenya.
Yeah, and quite a rarity for the day. We haven't seen many of those today. A play and miss. Yeah, not a great deal of footwork from Semenya. Obviously still looking to find his way and get accustomed to the conditions.
Oh, this time just a bit fuller. Missing out on that outside edge. Tell you what, with one ball remaining, I would not be surprised if we did see a bouncer. Deep square leg and fine leg are in position. Slip in place. Beats the outside edge for a third time. And that concludes the 14th over. The Titans 102 for the loss of 2. Weber asking a lot of questions there at the end of that over to Semenya. And they are going to continue with Timothy Short. Spin from the Unisi end.
Very, very surprised by this decision. I mean, Ruben van Sale has taken a liking to him thus far. There is a slight change in the field where they've pushed the cover sweeper back and brought deep square leg up. So on the leg side, square leg in the ring just behind square. Oh, and as I say that, square leg goes back and cover sweeper comes up, and we saw the damage in the last over extra cover.
Giving himself space and immediately goes through that cover region for another boundary. Oh, Dom, I think this is a very bad error here from the Western Province.
Yeah, it's like they keep making the same mistake and they're not learning the lesson. And as we say that, square leg comes up and the sweeper goes back, the cover sweeper.
Fuller this time, going for the sweep. Oh, half an appeal from Timothy Short, beating everything there.
And it looks like
umpire just signaling to the side here.
Yeah, it looks like the keeper's going to have to get a head injury assessment, an HIA. So looks like we'll take a quick drinks break just to make sure that the keeper is okay. Paramedic coming on.
not seeing it on camera, but it is quite a funny image, seeing the tall man of Quinlan next to the paramedic. Quite the height difference.
Yeah, and if you're joining us for the first time, the Khaya Majola week, the under-19 boys week, where we have Western Province taking on the Titans, and earlier today the Titans sent Western Province in, where sent them into bat, where they posted 311 for 6 in 47 overs. There was a bit of rain this morning, so a delayed start where both teams lost 3 overs from their allotted 50, and at drinks after 14 and a bit overs, the Titans keeping well up with the rate here at 106 for the loss of 2. Chief destroyer being Ruben van Zyl, with a great knock thus far, 84 runs not out of 58 balls. And a bit of thinking for the Western Province team to do over here today. The bowlers, they've been put to the sword by Ruben, so maybe this break-in play will give them an opportunity to come up with some better game plans and find a way to stem the flow of scoring at the moment.
Most definitely, we saw in the Western Province innings, Paul James and Daniel Bosman build a very mature partnership, well exceeding 100 runs, and they built the base for the Western Province to reach 300 runs in their 47 overs. And Ruben van Zyl has come out and he's been playing emphatically. Says he doesn't have time to build a solid base and so forth. He's just kind of come out and he's been striking the ball beautifully. There was an onslaught of short deliveries in the power play, first power play, and he's done well and he's scored his runs. As we see the players getting ready for play again. Drinks leaving the field. Everybody being checked out, and during the course of this game, from the commentary's perspective, we were looking at that Western Province innings and how beautifully they were scoring, but at the times that the Titans found themselves a bit lackluster with planning and the execution of their plans. We've seen in this innings thus far that with the onslaught of Ruben van Zyl, he's not making it easy for them out there, and especially on the spinner Timothy Short, who has to continue his over now, 4 deliveries still to go, and he's been striking him beautifully over that sweeper region, extra cover region. And Dom, there is no sweeper in place.
Yeah, slight change in the field though, which I'll get to now. And that's exactly where the change in field is. They have no mid wicket, so 3 men out in the deep on the leg side, long on, deep mid wicket, and a deep square leg. And possibly the chat there from their coach Kasim Adams was, put the guy out, follow him if he gives himself room. It's only going to be one into the leg side and get him off strike. And try to bowl to the new man, who's Semenya, who's yet to get off the mark.
As you say, that long on comes into the circle. Floated up. Oh, big swing. Thick outside edge falls safely. Semenya trying to get off the mark emphatically. Yep. Thick outside edge again. Goes to backward points region. No run.
Yeah, it just looks a bit like Semenya's sort of put himself under pressure here to try and get on with it. 8 balls yet to get off the mark. And that brings to a close the 15th over. Titans are 107 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Semenya not looking comfortably at the moment. Yeah. Struggling to get the ball away.
And you can just sort of see it in the way in his body language. He doesn't look as confident as the rest of the boys that have come out. But it is a good surface, so I think the key for any batter coming in is just making sure that your game plans are in order and how you're looking to score your runs, and just how you can sort of take good information about how the boys went about it in the first innings from Western Province. You could learn your lessons from there. Sort of got a free look in at how to construct it in the top order.
Now this is very interesting, Dom, as we see fine leg coming up into the circle, deep square leg coming into the circle, long off and long on, push back. They're peeling.
Yeah, two sort of different appeals there. One for the court behind down the leg side and another for the leg before, but umpire Angus not interested at all, as Ruben van Zyl did come waltzing down the wicket, so height being a big thing over here. Yeah, well down the wicket on this occasion. Didn't really have much going for it.
No, not on that occasion.
But again, Van Zyl looking to put the ball under pressure based on the field that he set, so walking into the channel.
Oh, and this time trying to lap it over. Misses the bat, misses the wickets marginally.
Yeah, and as our fellow commentator Eugene would say, can't go in innings without a ramp these days, so we've seen this one pretty early on.
I just don't feel it's the time yet for this type of cricket, but I'll leave that to Ruben van Zyl. He's the one with the runs to his name. Again. Second attempt.
Yeah, and just looking at the field, he's sort of trying to exploit this leg side field, but I do think there are better options available for him. I do like the fact that he is walking down the wicket and into the channel, because Magweba is still trying to hit the stumps. So, yeah, I think he'd be better off trying to play it sort of over mid-wicket or maybe over square leg as opposed to over 45 at this point.
And just keep in mind, straight is still very short boundary. Let's try, plays it sensibly, just down the ground for single.
Yeah, we've actually seen him hit a couple of sixes to the bigger boundaries and cleared it with ease, so yeah, I don't think that you should really be shy of still trying to hit the ball up the ground, because like we mentioned in the last innings, the straight boundary to the rugby end is only about 40 meters long, so not the longest one on the field.
This one pitched up and Semenya still struggling to get off the mark. Guabe has kept him quiet. Only one run conceded so far. And the 5 balls bowled. So very good over here from Guabe.
Yeah, and as you actually say that, they've pushed the cover sweeper back. So trying to protect this over, and I think most importantly, trying to get Semenya back on strike. I want to bowl as many to him as possible at the moment. It's full on this occasion again, and it's gone for no run, and that brings to a close the 16th over. 108 for 2 are the Titans, still requiring 204 runs, and that brings John's stint to a close. And back into the commentary box is Eugene Molian.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hendricks. Things are happening out here.
Yeah, Ruben van Zyl has batted wonderfully so far. Yeah, he hasn't been shy to express himself. I think that's been the thing that's been most impressive, is that he's played his shots. He's had a really solid game plan thus far and has executed it beautifully.
Well, 86 of 63 deliveries. Joshua Prince into the attack, left armour. straight away coming around the wicket to the man that has been hitting the ball to all parts. And maybe just of late struggling to really hit boundaries again, because I think Western Province have set a field for him to try and hit into other areas. Third man and fine leg in the ring.
Prince starts down the leg side. Oh, but no wide called on this occasion. Just looking at the hand signals, it's as if Van Zyl had moved too much. If he'd taken his original stance, probably was going to hit him. So possibly these new laws that are in place that have been trialed around the country?
Not yet, not this week. And the thing that baffles me is, as I said, that umpires do talk to the players, the captains, first thing in the morning, and they discuss the wide, and they said everything down the leg side is going to be called wide.
Yeah, Prince full and straight on this occasion and tucked into the leg side. Mid-wicket standing on the 30-yard circle, so looking to get Van Zyl off strike and get Semenya on strike. Again, he's faced 11 balls and yet to get off the mark.
It's not like he hasn't been trying to hit the ball to all parts.
And this time it's been given wide. Eugene looking at me with a concerned look on his face.
I'm not concerned at all. Not concerned at all. Just down the leg side wide. Not the start that young Mr. Prince wants to have here. Just need to straighten that line out. That's going down the leg side as well.
Yeah, just looking at him, looking at him shape up. He's running in from around the wicket, so left arm around, everything sort of angling in, but possibly sort of delivering the ball from slightly too wide of the crease, and hence the angle created running down the leg side or angling in towards sort of that fine leg region.
Yeah, they just got the three men out. Third man fine leg and deep backward square. So everything is going to go down there. Oh, Rob Quinlan done well to just stop that. Otherwise, that could have raced away. It's wide again down the leg side. And I hope he hasn't done himself a mischief there, the keeper.
Sort of grimacing a bit with his left hand. Looks like it's sort of hit him on the palm or maybe high on the thumb.
It's outside the off stump. Outside the off stump, not out by, says the umpire. I think that's a good decision. Field has changed for the in-form Ruben.
Yeah, quite far down the wicket and well outside the line, so not much going for over there. Big shout, big shout. And the umpire has given this one not out. Full and straight. Like to get your thoughts on this one, Eugene.
Hands on head from the keeper. It's delivered from wide.
Again, possibly the angle that Prince has created from bowling around the wicket and from wide of the crease. Maybe just sending it down the leg side.
I would like to have a look at that again. I think what the umpire is looking at is possibly, and again, we don't have the best of angles, possibly, maybe you're the batter getting outside that off stump. From his angle. That is all I'm saying. From his angle,
I see a case for that.
Where is the impact? So he's given the benefit of the doubt. He's given the benefit of the doubt. I think if that was the old review system, I think it would have been umpire's call. So I can see why the umpire said, no, give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman. Got no issue with that. So again, I'll say good decision.
very full on this occasion, and Vansel has squeezed this past backward point for another boundary, taking him into the 90s.
Well, this fella, he's lighting up this place here with his bat in hand. Garsfontein, that's where he hails from, Ruben van Zyl.
Fallen into the leg side on this occasion, and they scamper through for a single.
Tell you one thing, Dom, both these umpires have been tested today. I tell you, haven't been easy decisions.
Yeah, no. They've stood their ground firmly today.
They have.
A lot of conviction in the decisions that they've made, so kudos to them so far. I will say this, it is definitely one of the most difficult jobs in sport, umpiring and officiating in games, so.
Oh, there he is. Ball number 13 gets him off the mark. Semenya. Just coming back to your point, I think when you come to this club level, or at this level here at Khaya Majola, or even at domestic cricket, where you don't always have the review system. I mean, these men earn their stripes, I tell you. International cricket, you don't even need to look at the no ball anymore as an umpire.
Yeah, that's the beauty of technology these days. This one beautifully punched up the ground from Van Zyl.
And even if you get a decision wrong, you can get it overturned. And sorry, I just got that one slightly wrong, boys. Sorry. And that's what happens. You know, it's humans. They make the decision. Not perfect, but we all just have to appreciate the men that are in the middle and respect their decisions. That is one thing, Dom. I saw it at the USAT tournament last week, where there was a whole lot of questioning to the umpires about certain decisions that were given or not given, and it didn't look right. And I know there were certain things and times people were talking to the various captains and so forth, and you don't want to see those things creep into the game. It's not football.
And this one is just bowled on the leg side by Ngueba. Yeah, as you say, that it is the gentleman's game after all, so I do feel that us as cricketers, we do tend to get on with it a bit more than as opposed to the footballers. Again, Semenya runs us down to third man for a single.
He's found his feet, yeah? 122 for 2. 18 gone. Still 190 runs needed for victory.
Yeah, and Van Zyl 1 hit away from 100.
I made mention yesterday, I think the last time this tournament was held here in Bloem, there were 11 centuries during that week. And we could be on the verge of 2 being scored in the same game.
Again, Semenya runs this one down to third man, and it beats third man to bring up his first boundary of his innings.
Well, after trying to hit the ball and muscle the ball down the ground, he sort of found this little nudge down to third man working quite well for him. That one just racing fine off third man for 4. What's the response going to be here from Prince?
Full and down the leg side. And a bit of a delay from the umpire signalling wide, but obliges eventually. I think good decision from him there.
I'm just trying to work out and think for myself here, because he's bowled quite a few wides down that leg side. And then he bowls the full toss, which is hits it straight to backward point, and that's a wicket.
Well, I think that answers your question that you were trying to get out before that delivery was bowled. Is what's his plan of attack here? But totally against the run of play. I'd say a knee-high full toss, slightly outside off stump. Yeah, let's have a look at the replay. Oh, thigh-high full toss. And Semenia's unfortunately just gifted his wicket straight to backward point.
Well, I think that caught everybody unaware except the bowler and the man that caught it. Just want to check for height. VM Pretorius now comes to the crease to join Van Zyl. Maybe just borderline. And immediately the umpire showing that, no, that's going down. So good communication between those two. But that is the third wicket that's gone, 126. It's the left-hander Pretorius takes an off-stump guard. Something we've seen a lot of this week.
Yeah, and to the new man. We've only got third man and final leg on the boundary.
Immediately going full and straight. Sometimes those are the balls that get you because the feet not quite moving.
Yeah, again, full and straight from Prince on this occasion to Pretorius.
Tom, isn't he getting it far better bowling over the wicket, that length I'm talking about? So why not stay over the wicket to Van Zyl? Because he seems to be bowling a lot better, that full Yorkish type delivery. Even that one to the left hand is a good delivery. Not quite sure why the necessity is there at this stage to come around the wicket to Van Zyl. I know he wants to cramp him up, but then you can set the field accordingly. But he just seems nice and tall at the crease, especially from bowling over the wicket.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is that short, wide and cut just behind point. And that brings up Pretorius' first boundary. And that concludes the 19th over, taking the Titans to 131 for the loss of 3.
Well, that stuck record's coming out again. Last ball of the over. The man that just came to the wicket, yeah, there was width and offer. But the bowler's under pressure to bowl a good delivery. If that sweeper was there, maybe he would have stopped it. Maybe he wouldn't. Who knows? But I'm still very surprised by that. Well put away by Pretorius.
And from the rugby end of the ground, we're going to see for the first time Daniel Bosman into the attack.
Well, Oh, this is going to be an interesting battle, this Van Zyl. Bosman. What you'll find from Bosman, he'll bowl it a little bit quicker into the surface.
Yeah, and a clear plan from Bosman here. He had 3 men out on the leg side for Van Zyl, that being long on, deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. So no one in the 30-yard circle, barring a 45 behind square on the leg side for him. So
definitely doesn't give it the old Aubrey Swanepoel run up. He gives it the old big walk run up. Daniel Bosman.
short and wide and cut into the offside. Just for a single. So it clearly looks like the Western Province bowling attack. Just trying to get Van Zyl off strike. Trying to bowl to the new guy. There's a run-out opportunity. And he's made his ground. Just missed by Bosman.
Moves to 96.
Slightly tossed up on this occasion by Bosman. And driven up the ground for a single. Vian Pretorius finding his feet pretty quickly. He has 6 of 7 deliveries.
Just a 4 from that over from the captain. 135. 20 overs gone. Well, that constitutes a game, folks. Just to give you a little bit of an idea where the Titans find themselves with 3 wickets down. They are slightly behind. 142, 143 is where they need to be. So far, play continues. Still good weather at the minute.
Yeah, for those of you not at the ground there, it's a slight dark cloud sort of over the right hand side of us. So if we're looking towards the school side of the ground.
Oh, that's good pressure. Good pressure. Push the first single.
It's edged on this occasion from Pretorius. And third man running around, but cannot stop this one on this occasion. And another boundary for Pretorius. His tally now goes to 12.
Yeah, Prince thought he had his man here. Probably the outer half of the bat. Again, he looks over the wicket. Just a much better bowler. But that had the beating of the field there. Third man who's moved a little bit finer. Sweep on the offside has also gone out.
Great piece of work at square leg there. Full and onto the pads on this occasion. Interestingly, the only man back on the leg side is the fine leg.
Yeah, I think Joshua wants to keep this ball outside that off stump.
Again, full and onto the pads and flicked up the ground for a single.
Yeah, those are just easy pickings. I know he's probably thinking, bowled the ball outside off stump and then it raced away for 4 to third man, but that was the right line, right length. What are we going to see here from him now? With Van Zyl back on strike. Looks like he's coming around the wicket again. Third man and fine leg moving into the circle.
Yeah, and cover sweeper, long off, long on. And a deep square leg. Those are your men on the boundary. And most noticeably, everybody in the inner ring on the 30-yard circle. That one was nudged to just one of those guys in the covers. No run.
I mean, what is the thing about throwing the ball at the stumps when he's made his ground?
I don't know. I think it's been a bit of a trend so far during this week. We saw it yesterday. Every opportunity, everybody's thrown the ball. Must be some sort of directive from the coaches that if there's an opportunity, just have a go at the stumps.
Well, you as a captain, that hits the stumps. You will be giving daggers to whoever threw the ball if it goes for more runs.
An opportunity here. And comfortably made his ground, Vian Pretorius. Not the best of throws from cover. That does bring to an end the 21st over. 144 for the loss of 3. The Titans are still requiring 168 runs.
Yeah, the current rate is 7 to the over exactly. The rate required is 6.5. I reckon this is going to be a close one. If these two stay in for the Titans,
Yeah, and just a quick update with regards to the duck with Lewis. They're just 2 runs behind the required score before the start of this over. It's always a good indication of actually where the game's at, the duck with Lewis. So unfortunately for players at this level, it's not readily available on the scoreboard, but in the professional game, you always sort of judge where you're at in relation to duck with Lewis, and yeah, it sort of tells you the tale of where you need to be in terms of chasing.
yeah, 100%. And that's also a good way to just set your stall out, compiling your innings through the overs as well. Checking where you are. 98, Van Zyl moves to red balloons now. Just one away. And with all the main grounds around South Africa, you do pick that up, even around the world, I should say, that they do give that indication of DLS or duck with Lewis and Stern, where you need to be. It's a good little partnership building here. 20 runs so far.
Oh, and wide called on this occasion, but a turn and a bit of bounce there. Totally against the run of play. This surface has played pretty well so far. It's tossed up and it's heading to the deep, and deep mid wicket takes the catch. Running in, taking five or so yards off the rope. And totally against the run of play, Vian Pretorius goes for the big shot and brings about the 4th wicket falling for the Titans.
I reckon because he just flicked this, it couldn't go all the way. Sometimes if you hit it, it goes. If you look at the way he's played this, it's just a little bit of a flick. Went high into the air. And that's a good solid catch there at the deep mid-wicket boundary. Was a ball that was down the leg side. I think he wanted to go a lot squarer. In fact, he's hit that straight to the man at deep mid-wicket. And that's the 4th wicket gone. Important wicket that for Western Province.
Yeah, it almost looked like it hit sort of the leading edge of that big bat of his. If we have a look at it again. Just closing the face maybe a touch too early on this occasion and finding himself well short of a maximum.
And this was the story of the game yesterday. I said at the start, batsmen 3 to 7 got between 25 and 38. No one really kicking on. And I heard you talking to the coach or assistant coach earlier this morning, and he alluded to how there were good partnerships of 50 put together. But you need somebody just to go through, like Van Zyle's doing now. He's trying to be that man. But unfortunately, with the way, the total that they need a couple more to really come to the party here. This fella here, Mbena, he got 34 or 40 deliveries. He's going to need something similar, and then also to kick on.
Yeah, and as a batter myself, I can tell you this: you can't make a living of 30s and 40s, unfortunately. Everybody remembers the hundreds, not really the 30s and 40s.
No, not at all. Not for 30s. Definitely not for 20s. Oh, captain, he's doing sterling work here. 22 gone. 148 for 4 as Dom. He's going to take a well-deserved break. I'm sure he's going to head upstairs, get a cup of coffee. Maybe some juice, who knows? Joshua Prince is going to continue, and we welcome back John back into the box here. And just that wicket just coming at the wrong time for the Titans.
Good reflexes there from Joshua Prince. We were talking at the beginning of this innings that you need someone to move on, and that's something definitely Ruben van Zyle's done, but you need those partnerships, and unfortunately it's been a one-man show here for the Titans thus far. On 99. Oh, and as another fielding change occurs, just building that suspense towards that milestone.
Oh, they're going to come through.
Seagull. Oh, there's a direct hit, and he's given. He's been given. And Mbena has to go. Another wicket falls. 2 wickets have fallen in the last 2 overs.
Shake with the throw. Hits it. Hits the stumps directly. And Mbena, he has got to go. Ruben van Zyl was looking for a quick single just to get to his 100. Hits the ball straight to mid-wicket. Well, Mbena was sitting on his bat there a little bit. Great decision by the umpire. He's gone.
Brilliant fielding to get that wicket. And it's just adding a bit more pressure to Van Zyl, who still wants to get over that hurdle.
Captain now at the crease. Zander Venter, left-hand batter. And what Titans need now is not just a partnership. They need a big one. If they are to get close to that 112 they need for victory.
They need a captain's knock. Joshua Prince, who's been looking very good from over the wicket. It's full and straight, asking questions up front.
This is much better. Now there's 3 men on the onside saving one. Now he can afford to go a lot straighter. That he did with the very first delivery. But Mbena was sitting on his bat a little bit, but even then, he was gone.
fielding standard today has been of the highest level. We've seen 2 brilliant run-outs, direct hits today. It's been really good stuff from both sides. As now, moment of truth. Ruben van Zyl still looking to get over this hurdle. It must feel like an eternity at this point. 2 wickets falling, trying to get there.
Yeah, it's just the importance of his knock now. It's not just getting the single, needs to get on. And even now you can see getting a full toss, can't even put that away. Just shows how the momentum has turned here in favour of Western Province. 23 gone, 149 for 5.
As you say, he has to get over this and he's got to move it on. He's got a much bigger job now than just getting a century. His team requires more to get them to win this match. This moment in time, the clouds are still staying away.
That's a coaching staff of the Titans, and just sitting in hope that their man Ruben van Zyl can continue on his merry way for as long as he possibly can, and that the captain, as John has said, can play that captain's knock. Bosman to continue.
Captain to captain, yep. It's full, it's driven down. Come through for single. Here we go again. Ruben van Zyl, who's played excellently, he's come out. He's taken the attack to the Western Province. He's pulled beautifully. He's headed over extra cover. He's gone the aerial route. And he'll just have to wait 1 ball longer now. And there it is. Ruben van Zyl finally gets over that hurdle. Centurion. It's been a brilliant knock from him. Congratulations, young man.
Certainly has. He's taken the attack to Western Province, especially in that first power play. He played some glorious shots. And then he's just trying to carry on here, but he knows the job's not done. Still 161 needed for victory. No real bounce in that delivery there from Bosman. Well watched there by the captain of Titans, Venter. Ends over number 24. 151 for 5.
You know, another over that's just conceded 2 runs so far. And that previous over only conceding 1 run and a wicket. Western Province doing really well here, applying that pressure. 2 men in the middle for the Titans know how important this partnership is. Ruben van Zyl needs to be there for a long stint still. 161 runs still required. As we see Joshua Prince getting ready from the Unici end.
Well, I'm interested to see how Ruben van Zyl play this now. He's got his 100. He knows the importance of his wicket. He also knows that he needs to get runs. And the rate has looked like it's just around that 7 to the over. If there were 2 less wickets down, it would have been a really even. I think Western Province at this stage might feel they're slightly ahead.
That's what wickets do, Eugene. And just to answer your question, I've always been a big fan of playing your natural game. I think a good example of that always is Quinton de Kock when he played Test cricket. Still played his natural game despite all the pressure around him. And Ruben van Zyl is to score runs. As we see a wide delivery, Zander van Venter missing out on that.
Yeah, I hear what he's saying, but we don't know who's still to come. So he's just got to be very, very careful about his decision-making of shots and which bowler he takes on. That's what he's got to think about.
Oh, it's a brilliant Yorker.
Little scratch, says the umpire. Little scratch, little tickle.
I must have been enjoying Joshua Prince over the wicket. It's looked really good. Not making it easy now for Zander Venter.
And again, I ask that question. Why not do the same when he's bowling to the right-hander? His whole body shape, his whole body angle coming in is a lot better over the wicket. And he's a lot straighter.
Quick single to mid-on. Taranto. Ruben van Zyl on 101. Comes down the ground, hits it to long on. Still using his feet.
Yeah, that's good from him. That's good. Another over comes to an end. 25 gone now. Just trying to keep positive, trying to just keep the scoreboard ticking. It was through this phase where James and Bosman ran well. They hit the sweepers quite hard. And then at the back end with wickets in hand, you then can go and exploit yourself a little bit more. And you can see he's playing a lone hand at the minute, Ruben van Zyl. So what they need to do is just be cognizant of hitting the sweepers. Take your ones. If you get 4, 5 and over, take that. As long as they don't lose wickets.
Going for the reverse sweep here. It's running behind backward point. Got to chase it here and will not catch it. That's 4 runs. What a beautiful shot here from Ruben van Zyl.
Well, it just shows the pace of the outfield. Even with all the rain that fell, that ball just raced away. And he's just manipulating the ball around quite nicely here, using the pace that Bosman had on that delivery. And that just raced away. Field had no price.
On the ground and again going for the reverse sweep. This time it's a bit finer. And it's going to be the same result. Another 4.
Well, here we go. Now then, do you cover that position? Normally what spinners will do, they will take the mid-wicket and put in 2 men behind point on that offside, especially for when somebody tries and plays shots like these. And that's a lot finer. There goes mid-wicket. So now there's gaping holes here on the onside where you can just work the ball around with the spin.
Giving himself width again. Ruben van Zyl, he is dictating the field at this moment. And you love to see it. You love to see their competitiveness. Moving around again. This time not getting it all. And he scored a point. And that's the end of Ruben van Zyl at 110. That's the big wicket Daniel Bosman and the Western Province have been looking for. And they've got their man.
That is the prize wicket of Ruben van Zyl. And again, I'm not sure he needed to go and do this. He got 2 boundaries in the over already. Tried to go for a third. Just managed to hit that straight to point. But what a knock it has been from Ruben van Zyl. He's entertained us royally here. And he's getting Rightful applause from everybody here as he makes his way off this ground here at Grey College.
And that brings to the middle the big man, Darius Maritz. He's got a tall order with the bat here today. Just seeing that wicket again, moving around in the wicket as he has the whole innings. This time not getting all of it and hitting it straight to point.
Yeah, and that's just modern day cricketers for you. 8 in the over, 2 boundaries, trying to go again. Especially when you know you've got 5 wickets in the hand. Just hit the ball down the ground. Take no more risk. It's the man from Waterkloof, Hoërskool Waterkloof, that is, Darius Maritz. Well, he has got to entertain with bat in hand here now. Successful over for Daniel Bosman. Conceded 8 runs, but he got that prize wicket of Ruben van Zyl. 162 for 6. A few of the other teams have also come around this oval here just to see what's happening, if their games have potentially finished early. In fact, they didn't play today, so they had a nice day off. That's only due to the weather.
Joshua Prince continuing from Unisi end. And again, beautiful from over the wicket.
Sander Venter, 3 of 11. He needs to get going. Because every dot ball, that rate will climb. Once it gets over 6, that rate just climbs so quickly. At 7.2 at the minute. And he has bowled the odd full toss today. Maybe just striving to bowl that full ball.
Pushing it to the sweeper region, coming through for single. As we are getting an update on the other game that's taking place, Tusker boys scoring 223 runs for 3, and the Lions currently chasing 71 for 5. Trying to glide this one down to the 3rd man region, not able to do so. You must feel like with every dot ball that hole is just getting ever so slightly deeper and deeper and deeper here for the Titans.
No, they just can't accept dot balls here. This over only conceding 1 from Joshua Prince. Been a good over. Oh, every time I've said that, somebody has decided, nah, Eugene, you're talking absolute rubbish. Bowls the ball down the leg side. Great take, though, from Rob Quillen. But still a good over here. Just the 2 runs so far.
Again, a bit fuller this time. It beats backward point and cover, and it's going to race away to the boundary. Darius Maritz gets his first runs and first boundary of this innings.
It just shows you what the extra delivery can do. Full ball outside the off stump. And just lent on it. Didn't overhit it. And just shows how this outfield, wow, they have done marvelous work here to still allow the ball to run away like that. And again, John and Dom Hendricks, final ball of the over. No sweeper. I just don't get it. I really do not get it.
And this one's driven down to long off, coming through for a single. Well, Eugene, this is day 2. There's a lot of more cricket to be played and a lot more sweepers not to be had.
Getting me chocolate mousse tomorrow. Every time I don't see a sweep, I'll take a spoonful. This is good. That's all you need to do, just to keep you there and thereabouts.
I'd actually be quite keen to see Tarantal being brought into the attack. Again, just to make it a bit uncomfortable. A full toss, push to mid-wicket, quick run. They get there.
I wonder how long Joshua Prince might be still in the attack. So he's bowled quite nicely, managed to get a valuable wicket as well.
Oh, this one's going down the ground. And it's gone all the way to the boundary. Hit over mid-off. Darius Maritz gets his second boundary of the day. It's exactly what the Titans need at this stage. Trying to get back some momentum.
What I like about that, didn't try and overhit it. Just used his long levers, full extension. Got the ball over mid-off and another boundary. So a few boundaries coming here.
Another quick single. And they get through. It's a good over this for the Titans. Calculated. Not taking unnecessary risks, but they are getting the runs on the board they require. Looking at that shot again. Stepping back and heading it to long off. It's another single.
This is exactly what the Titans needed. And then go back to the Ruben van Zyl wicket where he could have just done that. He got 8, punch it down, you get 9. Like I said, they are still young cricketers here, and they will all learn all that in their development. And it's just that game awareness was a very important stage. 177 for 6.
Aha. Eugene, I called it. Tarantal back into the attack.
Yeah, no, 100%. I'll give you that one.
And to be fair to these gentlemen, we see those mistakes being made at the highest level as well.
Wonder what the approach was going to be now with the seamers on the taller men. Are they going to still strive like they did early on with a hard new rock in hand, bowl a lot shorter deliveries, or are they just going to go and bowl line and length and try and bowl dots, try and build pressure?
I'd be keen to see a shorter delivery, just to see if you can still get it up there. As Marius backs out, we're getting a score update from Eastern Province, batting first, scoring 208 runs for 6 wickets, and the Dolphins currently at 56 runs without loss.
Tell you what, John, it will be a brave bowler to bowl a short delivery. That ball is what now? Nearly 30 overs old. And with these two men at the crease, they're quite tall. You really need to dig it in quite short. I'm not sure if that is going to be the plan here.
Well, that was a bit shorter, just back over length. Well played, down to third man. Full control with that shot. Zander Venter, 8 from 17.
There's evidence. There is your evidence, John. Don't think that is an option to really dig it in, because that was just where? Hip height. Nicely worked. Every left-hander loves that. Just a little tuck you onto the onside. Used to hate that. I mean, really now. Just wanted all the fielders to be there. They just find a way to just tuck you around the corner and amble down for one.
Doris Maritz, happy to see that one go through. It's bowled well here, Tarantol. Conceding 3 runs so far. 3 singles, 2 dots. Now, to finish off the over once more. This is glided down to third man. That'll be the end of the over, conceding 4 runs. Titans, 181 for 6. The end of the 29th. This partnership has moved to 19 runs, and they'll need much more from it if they want to stand a chance of winning this game. They still need 131 runs. Looks like a tall order at this moment. There was a time when Ruben van Zyl was scoring so easily. They looked like they'll get there within a jiffy, but since his departure, it has been clearly more difficult to find the boundary.
So how you look at this run chase now, I know they're 6 down. So what is that there? Still 18 overs left. So you try and work it backwards. So you say to yourself, right, in the last 7 overs, let's work from over 40. What do you want to score? Do you want to go at, do you accept to go at 8 9s? Right, so then you work it right. What do we need to be at when we're at that stage where we need to go at 8 and 9 runs to the over? So that's how you try and work this run chase out. So then the overs in between that, you say, right, okay, we need to go at 5 6s. That's going to allow us to be at 8 9. If it gets to 10, if you say, right, okay, with 4 wickets in hand, we can get 10 runs to the over. Those are targets. And that's how the thinking should be of these youngsters about what are we capable of scoring in the back end, chasing a target like 312 for victory.
As we see Timothy Short continuing now from the rugby's end. 3 dots in the first 3 deliveries. With the first one just having a bit of turn. Oh, dragged down. And they will be lucky get away from that. That's been signalled wide.
$129 needed still. Just get a feeling Timothy Shaw thought, nah, something's got to give. He's bowled 3 dots and then he fired one down the leg side. But we've seen how easy it is to accumulate runs here in the back end. So for the Titans, even at this stage, they just got to work out where they want to be for that finals onslaught. That's the importance. That should be the discussion at drinks.
This one's pulled. And it's taken. Deep mid-wicket. Zander Venter trying to release the pressure. He finds the man at deep mid-wicket. And Timothy Short gets his first. He's got his man here in the 30th over.
Well, Zander Venter latched on to that shorter delivery, but he hit it flat that time. But straight to the man at deep mid-wicket that didn't need to budge at all. And he's gone 7 down now. This is going to be a very, very tall ask for the men from Pretoria. He did pick that up, but flat and straight to the man at deep mid-wicket. They're going to have drinks now. 30 overs gone, 183 for 5. And when you return, it will be John that will be continuing with Dom.
After the drinks break. Yeah, after the drinks break, or the fall of that wicket, joining commentary by Dom, as Timothy Short continues his spell from the rugby's end. Titans finding themselves 183 for the loss of 7 in the 30th over.
Yeah, John. Lots of work still to be done. 17, just over 17 overs to go. 18 overs to go, my apologies. And we see a very strange field. Short catching mid-wicket for the left-hander that's just joined the crease.
Timothy Short floating this one up. That ends the over. We have found ourselves today looking at the field and questioning the plans, and we do not always know what's going on in the field or what the discussions are. As Tarantal continues his attack from the Unisi end.
Yeah, John, I've been very impressed with Tarantal today. He's run in, bustled in, and he's looked to hit the deck pretty hard. Not necessarily just on the shorter side, but when he's pitched it up, he's bowled it too, so good to see a young fast bowler hitting the deck pretty hard.
Oh, this goes up in the air. Point gets settled and takes the catch. And that is the end of Darius Maritz for 12. Tarantal gets his man. He's got his first wicket. And you get the sense that the end is looming here for the Titans.
Yeah, again, on a good length from Tarantal. And he just swipes across it straight up, and a pretty regulation catch for backward point. One of the easier ones you'll get in that position. And the Titans are struggling. 183 for the loss of 8. You just look back on this Titans innings and just think that the loss of the main man was going so nicely. Just got out at just the wrong time. If he could have just batted maybe another 5 or 6 overs before he changed gears again, I think that would have set them up nicely and given this run chase a much greater, set up this run chase a lot better, if I could say that rather.
Yeah, so 183 for 8. And if you consider that there's still a Centurion in that mix, Ruben van Zyl played a brilliant knock here today. As you see, Majola make his way to the middle, taking his guard. So 2 new batsmen in the middle, him and Borabat on the non-strikers end.
Just left alone by Majola. Again, the surface has been quite a good one for the last 2 days. It's 200s, my apologies, over the last 2 days. This one dug in from Tarantal and fended off from Majola.
As we can hear just to the western side of the field, the brewing of some lightning and some rain.
Tarantal's found a really good length here in the last couple of overs that he's bowled.
Been very disciplined, hitting line and length. We did say that his height will factor in with a bit of extra bounce. We saw that in the first stint. In the block hole.
And that brings to a close the 31st over. Just the one run, and of course the wicket. Titans currently 184 for the loss of 8.
And it looks like Timothy Short will continue his spell from the rugby's end. Majola on strike. At the moment I'm only seeing deep mid wicket, deep square leg. No sweeper, no long on or long off. Only 2 men out of the boundary.
Yeah, very well played by Majola on that occasion. Just rocking back and tucking into square leg for a single. Do feel that it's just a bit too much work to do for number 9 and number 10. Still needing well over 100 runs. 127 still required.
Floated up this time into long on. Get a single.
Yeah, looks like there's a bit of urgency from the Province boys just to get through here. Short obviously trying to get through this over pretty quickly.
And that is a rather quick over. The Titans find themselves 186 for the loss of 8 here at the end of the 32nd. And yeah, that required run rate now 8.2.
Yeah, and from the Unisi end of the ground, we see Bassick back into the attack.
Wacko Bassick, who was part of the opening pair from the rugby's end. He looked sharp, he looked smart, had some pace. He was shooting a bit all over the place for a moment. A couple of no balls, but the bounces were fierce in that opening spell. Continuing now from the uni season.
Yeah, gentle loosener to start. But as you mentioned there, he wasn't shy to dig it in. Bowled a couple of short ones.
As you see, a sweeper in place, a third man, fine leg, and deep square leg. And no ball is called.
Possibly just still trying to warm up and obviously attack the crease a bit too much there, overstepping. It's going to give Mohamed Barabat, of course, a free hit. So what do we have in store here from us from Barabat? I haven't seen much aggression from him just yet.
He's got a license, go for it. Steps away. And keeper was not able to gather it. do come through for a single as the umpire signals buys.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one for the keeper there, sort of bouncing on an ugly length just in front of him. Almost looked as though Wako Bassett just took some pace, or Bassett, my apologies, just took some pace off the ball there, so hence it not carrying through to the keeper. Setting into a nice length again here. Just trying to hit the top of this top of the stumps. Just trying to obviously keep these two quiet. Slight change in the field off screen. Cover sweep has just made his way to the fence. Yeah, you just get the sense from everybody on the field that this game's sort of over. See, the intensity is not as high as it was a couple of overs ago. Western Province gone a bit quiet.
This one's worked around the corner to square leg. Come through for a single. Yeah, Dom, you do get that sense that the intensity has come down. And the runs have dried up, unfortunately. Batsmen 9 and 10. Not the ideal people you want to depend on for the runs. Unfortunately, they are in this position. So we see a good length delivery from Bassett, beating the outside edge. That concludes the 33rd over. The Titans find themselves 189 for the loss of 8. Coaching staff of the Titans. Timothy Short still to continue on rugby's end. Oh, half a chance. That ball was just a bit longer aerial from Majola.
Yeah, these two look like they have pretty decent defensive technique, so a bit of work to do for Western Province in terms of trying to get these last 2 wickets. Obviously still quite a long way out in terms of overs.
Oh, this time stepping back, trying to cut it, narrowly missing the wickets. As we just see long on and long off being pushed back, you get the feeling to just change. Oh, that was close. Majola, you must say, does look comfortable with the spin at the moment. He's playing it well. Oh, this time the edge was found. Nothing from it. That ends Timothy Short's over. It is a maiden. Second maiden of this match. And the Titans 189 for the loss of 8. Just looking at their thick outside edge.
It just begs the question from Western Province. If the batters are just looking to defend, why not possibly have a slip in place? Maybe just missed the trick over there. So that's possibly one of the few occasions where Majuela's looked to attack the spinner. Oh, and a Beautifully bowled short ball there from Basic. Yeah, signal 1 for the over from the umpire.
Yeah, catching Borobat off guard there. And beautifully directed shorter delivery with older ball.
Yeah, looks like his shorter ball is quite nippy.
This time it's in the air, but it will clear cover. As Sweeper recovers it, they come back for 2.
It just looked like that bouncer touch from Marco Basic. Bit of extra bounce on that length.
Good for defense. Tell you what, I think they're going to have to work hard to get these wickets.
Yep, these two sure looking the part in terms of defensive game. But again, the target is not in danger at the moment as a result of how these two are playing it at the moment. That does mean that Western Province are going to have to bowl their 47 overs or complete their 47 overs. Still 12 and a bit overs to go. Yeah, that rate a touch under 10 at the moment. And these two not really looking in a hurry right now.
Enjoying the opportunity to bat a bit in the middle.
Suppose they're probably saying, if you guys, as in the top order batters, didn't want to bat, we'll do it.
Given as a wide. Can sense it's just frustrating Western Province a bit here. These two men being very patient in the middle. Very composed. You do feel the job was a tall order.
Just defended from Barabat on that occasion and chipped in the air, but no one there to claim it. I will say this, there's nothing more frustrating than when you sort of know that, well, there's no intent for number 9, 10 and 11 to sort of get the score, that they decide to block it out. Nothing more frustrating than that.
Like in last act of defiance. As you can see, a direct hit on the non-striker's end. Does bring the conclusion of the 35th over. 12 overs still to go. Titans 192 for 8. So Western Province sticking with Timothy Short, hoping he can deceive the lower ender batsman and get the wickets they are looking for at this moment. And as you said, Dom, slip is in place.
Maybe it's just a little bit too late for that one, but good to see the slip in place, showing some mindset from Province.
Timothy Short here in his 9th over.
Yeah, Majola just looking to defend. Comfortable, looking very comfortable defending off the front foot. So Short might have to try deceive him in a different way.
He's looked very comfortable, Majola, with the spin so far, and Captain Daniel Bosman has put himself out on long off and long on. Try rotate the batsman.
Great over so far from short. Just bowling wicket to wicket. Not looking for too much.
Floats this one in, and they do get the single. And the final delivery of the over. And that concludes the 36th over. 193 for 8. Majola on 4 after 20. And Mohammed Borabat 3 after 16 deliveries. This partnership now worth 10 runs. There is a case where the game unfortunately has been lost for the Titans, and these two are enjoying themselves now in the middle. There's a small cameo in a sense.
Yeah, it does look like these two actually, they do pride themselves on their batting. Even, well, albeit that they not really on the attacking side, which is what this sort of surface needs, but they do place a high value on their wickets, so you can respect them for the way they are going about this. From Western Province's point of view, just really frustrating more than anything, because no shots really been played in anger.
This one's a bit fuller. Done well to keep that out, Majola. From the Titans' perspective, don't want to give that psychological win of having bowled them out, I imagine. So I don't think the coaches would be too upset with this approach in the circumstances. Of course, you always want to be fighting, you always want to be winning the match. Oh, he's done well to keep that out as well. Bassick throwing everything he can at the moment to remove Majola.
Yeah, I've got a funny feeling that this next delivery is going to be on the shorter side. Just get the sense that he's tried to do him on the two fuller ones on the stumps. So possibly mix things up here with a bouncer.
Classic full short. There it is. It's done well to get out of the way. It was well bounced. It's a good short ball that. Very well directed.
Very, very well directed. And as is the case with seam bowlers, slightly shorter in stature, it's a bit quicker, a bit skiddy off the surface. So looks like it did rush Majola a little bit there, but he played it comfortably in the end.
You know, for our viewers out there, this might, in a sense, be looking like a boring over, but it's actually been a good battle of wits between the two, between Bassick and Majola. Really good cricket, even though the scorecard isn't reflecting that. Oh, inside edge almost beats the keeper on the inside, but it's really well kept by Rob Quillen behind the wickets, and that's the end of the over. End of the 37th, 193 for 8.
Yeah, just a traditional bowler versus bowler battle here. So great to see Majola actually get stuck in here and fend off what Bassick had on offer in that last over. A couple of full ones and a couple of shorter ones too.
Timothy Short for his final over in his spell.
Yeah, it almost looks like these two have no interest to take the spinner on. bit of a giggle from Eugene Molian to my left over here, which is quite strange because, I mean, when I was a bit younger, if a lower order batter was facing a spinner, there's only one way they were looking, and that was to hit him as far as they could.
That's well played by Borabat. Down to long on. You know what? I love the sense that they do value the wickets and they're taking this sensibly, and they are achieving what they want to achieve and frustrating the Western Province if that was the goal. But they have looked really good in the middle, must be said. They haven't given any chance to the Western Province as far.
Yeah, just looking around the field, a couple of the teapots out from some of the Province boys, just in a bit of frustration. A couple of hands on the hips, a few shakes of the head from a few of the boys in the deep, just more of a sign of get on with it, please. But nonetheless, that brings a close to the 38th. 194 for the loss of 8.
And that concludes Timothy Short's spell today. He's bowled his 10 overs, 1 for 42. He opened the bowling for the Western Province. And I think his comments for the day were he'd be frustrated with his last 4 overs with these two, basically just seeing him out. But it's been a good day for the Western Province. They've been disciplined. They've taken the crucial wickets when it's needed. And they've not allowed the Titans to get comfortable there in the middle to build the partnerships they required. As we've seen today, it's been a beautiful wicket to bat on. We've had 2 centuries here today. So just having a bit of a delay.
Yeah, umpire signaling the final power play. And for those of you that don't know what that means, it just means that an additional fielder, the fielding side is allowed to put an additional fielder on the boundary. Not obliged to. Currently only holding the 4. And beautifully bowled by Bassick on that occasion. Just saw him, just a body language all saying just a bit of frustration. He's bowled an absolute beaut, and I'm sure would have been wanting to find the edge on that occasion.
But Fuller this time driven. They come through for a single. It has gone completely quiet on this field with this partnership of 12 runs. Western Province frustrated. Shorter this time, well worked around to find leg as they come through for 6. Required run rate now 13.6.
Yeah, they've got no interest in what the required rate is. I think they're just looking at how many overs they can still bat.
So if you were the captain, Dom, how would you go about removing these 2 from the middle?
Yeah, I think they've done well here so far. Sort of going with Bassick. A couple of short ones and a couple of fuller ones, but Yeah, they look to have it covered pretty well. So just got to try and bring all 3 dismissals in play, or as many dismissals in play as possible at the moment. So that would mean hitting the stumps, or trying to hit the stumps as often as possible. And yeah, again, just using both short balls that are on offer every over. Just trying to unsettle them in that way. Do think that seam will be the better option against them, because it looked very comfortable against spin.
Be interesting to see who they bring on the rugby's end after Timothy Short has continued his spell. It does look as if the captain is asking for the Water Boys to bring out some extra helmets.
No, I think at the conclusion of Timothy Short's last over, the keeper sent his helmet off, and I think the captain's now changed his mind and asked for the keeper to be up to the stumps again. So maybe that was the confusion.
Yeah, you're right. It does look as if the captain's going to bowl himself again. So it is the captain in there to the attack, Daniel Besson, Bosman. Trying to get through this over quickly. You can see him scampering back to his mark. Majola slowing things down.
Yeah, you just get the feeling from the captain that he's saying, okay, if you guys are going to play the blocking game, then I might as well just try and get through these as quickly as possible. So running back to his mark, trying to put Majola under pressure to take strike.
Oh, that's the longest single ever.
Doing a good job here, Daniel Bosman. And that's the end of the over. You know, the 40th. 196 for 8. Must be said, Majola looks well in control here with the spin at the moment. Playing it well.
Yeah, these two haven't been phased by spin whatsoever. There is a change from the Unisi end of the ground. See Mr. Prince back into the attack. And with the change in bowling, we have a change in commentary. John is off for a short break, and back in the box is Mr. Eugene Molian.
Yeah, well, I think we all can start our car. Start loosening our vocal cords. I think this one, he's done and dusted, and a little bit of cramp, we hope. Maybe not cramp. I don't think he's feeling well, though. Physio needs to run on. Yeah, that gives us time just to let everybody know again. All matches at Cricket South Africa Youth Weeks are streamed using Pitch Vision Pro, a professional 4K cricket streaming system designed for schools and clubs. It delivers crystal clear live coverage with a single one cable setup, built-in commentary support, and seamless sponsor integration. Pitch Vision Pro is trusted across all schools and club cricket in South Africa and fully integrates with Cricket South Africa's scoring app, allowing scores and live action to work seamlessly together, keeping players, coaches, supporters connected wherever they are. For all inquiries about Pitch Vision and Pitch Vision Pro, please contact Pitch Vision directly by email at orders@pitchvision.com. Pitch Vision Pro, ready to stream like a pro. And that is where this match is at the minute. It gives me time. I was asked, Dom, to come down here and ask you about some under 10D fielding that a certain Ray Jennings made you guys do in the World Cup where you were there. Fun and games?
Oh, that was some moment. I mean, we're all 19-year-olds in New Zealand, and in the previous game we didn't put on the best display, and Mr. Jennings decided that he'd take us to the field the day before the game, and one by one started pointing out the fielding positions and telling us, this is backward point. Dom, you go and stand there. So that's where you field at backward point. That is cover over there. Dom, you go and the next guy, you go and stand there, and proceeded for about 10 minutes to take us through this fielding procession about where to stand. And I, sort of looking back now, I think the reasoning for that was the match before. A few too many guys were found wanting in the wrong position, sort of maybe a bit too deep, or maybe a bit too close, or maybe a bit completely out of position. So I'm sure Mr. Ferreira probably reminded you of that.
He did indeed. He did indeed. But firstly, we'd like to wish the lad well. He didn't look well coming off. There he is. Maybe just a little bit of dizziness. We'll find out. They're trying to give him some liquids. It has been quite warm and humid, so it can sap the energy as well. But the interesting thing about that is you guys were under 19s at a World Cup, and for a coach still to go through all those fielding positions, it must have felt strange, like, why are you doing this? But there was an importance for it.
Yeah, and Ray Jennings was one of those men where, at the time, you didn't understand the method to the madness. But if you look back now, you sort of... Yeah, Prince first ball down the leg side, and not well taken by the keeper, so they scampered through for a single. Yeah, if you look back now, you sort of understood some of the things that he was trying to get at. Yeah, sort of a lot of the time played a couple of mind games with us, because we weren't street smart enough to understand what he was getting at. So completely different. Yeah, completely different style of coaching from him, but he did get the results.
No, that he did. That he did. Yeah, so that is the story about the under 10, and maybe sort of goes on with the story that we are trying to tell in the 2 days that we've seen, especially on the field and field placing, etc. Can understand why Joshua Prince has come around the wicket again, trying to go for the stumps, but this is the point where he's not that tall. He sort of bowls round arm and trying to come. Can understand what he's trying to do coming into the right-hander, but more often than not, he's just getting that ball to go down the leg side.
And just sort of looking, if I'm going to put my coaching hat on here, just watching him run up, it's sort of, he's creating sort of an angle where he's running sort of in a straight line, and it's almost running towards like middle and leg stump. So yeah, his lines are slightly askew at the moment, hence him coming down the leg side more often than not.
And probably that's something that he just needs to be aware of as he goes through this week. This is only day 2. I think tomorrow the weather set fair. So good cricket to be watched here tomorrow. I think we have Free State here tomorrow. They will be up against the Titans here at this very ground. They will be playing two strips to the right there.
And chatting to the groundsman this morning, we're led to believe that that particular surface is the best one of the lot on this square. So be keen to see what that looks like, considering how well this one's played over the last 2 days.
Bowled him, gets it right. Yorker on leg stump. That's the 9th wicket, and will that be the end of the innings? Because we did see the batter come off. It looks like he's going to go and try and go back out there. But Joshua Prince gets his wicket again. Gets that Yorker spot on. Well, I think that's a right decision. Coach just says, no, that will be it. That's the end of the match here. It's Western Province that win this one quite comfortably. And they will be guaranteed to go to that semi-final in a couple of days' time.
Yeah, great performance from Western Province today. Started off well with the bat this morning after losing the toss and being put into bat. Sort of came out guns blazing and with great intent. And they've done really, really well to bowl the Titans out here for under 200. I mean, at one stage it was looking like this chase was well on, with Van Zyl batting beautifully for the Titans too, also scoring 100.
Yeah, and I think the word you use there is that intent. After being put into bat, they came out, they played their shots, and the areas they played in, that stands out for me, especially the innings there of the man that went on to score 100, James, as well as Bosman, the captain. It was a mature partnership. They hit the ball nicely down the ground. The areas they hit their boundaries in was very good. And they sort of rode their luck as well at times. But we can't take anything away from Western Province with that result. They amassed 311, which was always going to be a tough ask. But a good 100 as well there by Mr. Van Zyl, Ruben Van Zyl, batted really nicely. Getting 110, in fact, and just nobody able to stay with him.
Yeah, unfortunately not. He looked the part as soon as he came out in that first over, taking Mr. Short for few boundaries, and yeah, sort of imposed himself on the game, much like the way Western Province sort of did it. Very aggressive and, again, well executed. He executed his game plan beautifully. But yeah, like you said, then no one really sticking around long enough to take this game deep enough for the Titans.
Yeah, and lots for them to ponder about. They've got one game left tomorrow, and it looks like a winner takes all in that one. Could go through to that all-important semi-final in a couple of days' time. Well, you can stay around to see who's going to be the man of the match today. That will be in the hands of the umpires. Great deal of thanks to them as well for standing out there. It's been a long day, especially with the water and rain earlier this morning. But also kudos has to go to Mr. Swanepoel and his team here at Grey College for getting this ground as immaculate as it has been. It's been simply good cricket, good surface to play on. And I, for one, am looking forward to some more cricket. So, in a few moments' time, we'll go down and find out who that man of the match is. So, from us, Dom and Eugene, and as well John, we want to wish you a very good day, a very good night. And for those that's still going to hang around to hear who that man of the match will be, please stay tuned when we make that announcement. Well, here we are at the post-match presentation. It is the Man of the Match award that's going to be handed over by the umpire, Andrew, and that goes to Paul James for a magnificent 102 in that first innings. Paul, just give us a little bit of your thoughts going into that, because you just came out and just been very positive from the outset.
Yeah, I think I was just trying to be like the glue of the batting lineup there, but the boys also got stuck in, and it was a nice team effort.
There was a real maturity about your innings. When inside the power play, you played more aggressive shots over the top, and then during that sort of middle phase, you ran well between the wickets and hitting strong shots. Is that something that you've really worked on?
Yeah, rotating strike is always something you have to work on, especially against spin and seam. So, yeah, it's part of my game plan.
Listen, you guys are there in the semi-final already, so tomorrow you can just go out there and express yourself, and hopefully some other guys that haven't really got a knock to just try and give them a chance.
Yeah, for sure.
He's a man of few words. Well done today.
Thank you, sir.